To the October 18th, 2021 Zoning Hearing Master Meeting. I'm Pamela Jo Hatley. I'll be serving as the Zoning Hearing Master this evening. If you will all please stand if you're able, and we'll recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Please be seated. Again, I'm Pamela Jo Hatley, and I will be serving as the Zoning Hearing Master this evening. First, I'd like to welcome you all and introduce Mr. Brian Grady of Hillsborough County Development Services Department. Mr. Grady will introduce staff and the agenda changes, withdrawals, and continuances. Mr. Grady?
Good evening, Madam Hearing Officer. Again, for the record, Brian Grady, Hillsborough County Development Services Department. We do have 3 changes to tonight's published agenda. The first change is on page 6, item B2, rezoning PD 21-0116. The applicant is requesting a continuance to December 13th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. I believe the applicant is here to explain the reasons for the request.
Thank you. Todd Pressman, 200 2nd Avenue South, number 451 in St. Petersburg, Florida. Good evening, hearing officer. We've been working closely with staff, and we've changed our direction, pulling away from and withdrawing a transportation review. That's changing the application. So we are seeking continuance to be able to accommodate that and other changes in the plan.
All right, thank you. Mr. Grady, what?
This is item on page 6, item B2, rezoning PD 21-0110.
0110. Thank you.
Mr. Pressman?
Mr. Pressman, need you to sign in with the clerk, please. We need to see if there's any.
Yes.
That's right. All right. All right. Is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in support or opposition to the request for continuance? Anyone who wishes to speak to this item? All right, I don't hear anyone. All right, so this item, rezoning 21-0110 is continued. Continuance is granted to the December 13th, 2021 zoning hearing master meeting.
The next change is on page 8 of the agenda, item D6, rezoning PD 21-0962. The applicant is Stephen J. Dibbs. The applicant is requesting a continuance to December 13th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. The applicant is here to explain the reasons for the request to continuance.
Good evening, Ms. Pally. For the record, Michael Horner, 14502 North Dale Mabry Highway, Tampa, representing the owner and the applicant. Staff advised us on this plan that we need some additional clarification regarding land uses and including a garage structure. Also gives us an opportunity to meet with some neighbors that have indicated some concerns. And I did notify the head coordinator for the neighborhood liaison on the request for continuance tonight. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Horner. Is there anyone here tonight or online who wishes to speak in support or opposition to this item, rezoning 21-0962, the request for continuance? Anyone to speak on this item? Okay. Don't hear anyone. The continuance is granted, and rezoning 21-0962 is continued to the December 13th, 2021 zoning hearing master meeting.
And the final change in the agenda is on page 5, item A16, the rezoning PD 21-1076. The applicant is Large Ventures. This applicant is being withdrawn from the zoning hearing process. Again, that's item on page 5, item A16 is being withdrawn. That concludes the changes to the agenda. I will now go through the published withdrawals and continuances, beginning on page 4 of the agenda. First item is item A1, rezoning PD 18-0798. This application out of order to be heard and has been continued to November 15th, 2021 zoning hearing, master hearing. Item A2, rezoning PD 20-1142. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the January 18, 2022 zoning hearing, master hearing. Item A3, major mod application 21-0316. This application is being withdrawn from the zoning hearing by the zoning administrator in accordance with LDC section 100302C2. Item A4, rezoning PD 21-0626. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the November 15, 2021 zoning hearing, master hearing. Item A5, rezoning PD 21-0647. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the November 15, 2021 zoning hearing, master hearing. Item A6, rezoning PD 21-0650. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the November 15, 2021 zoning hearing, master hearing. Item A7, rezoning PD 21-0701. This application is being continued by the applicant to the November 15, 2021 zoning hearing, master hearing. Item A8, rezoning PD 21-0745. This application is being continued by the applicant to the November 15, 2021 zoning hearing, master hearing. Item A9, rezoning PD 21-0748. This application is being continued by staff to the November 15, 2021 zoning hearing, master hearing. Item A10, rezoning PD 21-0863. This application is being continued by the applicant to the November 15, 2021 zoning hearing, master hearing. Item A11, rezoning PD 21-0864. This application is being continued by the applicant to the November 15, 2021 zoning hearing, master hearing. Item A12, major mod application 21-0884. This application is being continued by the applicant to the November 15, 2021 zoning hearing, master hearing. Item A13, rezoning PD 21-0959. This application is being continued by the applicant to the November 15, 2021 zoning hearing, master hearing. Item A14, rezoning PD 21-0969. This application is being continued by the applicant to the November 15, 2021 zoning hearing, master hearing. Item A15, rezoning PD 21-1042. This application is being continued by the applicant to the December 13, 2021 zoning hearing, master hearing. For item A16, as I noted, that application rezoning PD 21-1076 is being withdrawn. Item A17, major mod application 21-1090. This application is being continued by the applicant to the November 15, 2021 zoning hearing, master hearing. Item A18, rezoning PD 21-1092. This application is continued by the applicant to the November 15, 2021 zoning hearing, master hearing. Item A19, major mod application 21-1106. This application has been continued by the applicant to the November 15, 2021 zoning hearing, master hearing. Item A20, major mod application 21-1108. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the November 15, 2021 zoning hearing, master hearing. Item A21, rezoning standard 21-1193. This application is being withdrawn from the zoning hearing master process. And item A22, rezoning standard 21-1208. This application is being continued by the applicant to the November 15, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. That concludes all withdrawals and continuances.
Thank you, Mr. Grady. All right, before we proceed, then I would like to read some meeting procedures. First of all, the agenda tonight consists of items that require a public hearing by a hearing master before going to the Board of County Commissioners for a final decision. I will conduct a hearing on each item today and will submit a written recommendation. My written recommendation will be filed with the clerk of the board within 15 working days after the conclusion of today's public hearing. The Board of County Commissioners will consider the record of today's public hearing and my recommendation and will make a final decision on the application at a publicly noticed meeting at a date and time set by the Board of County Commissioners. The hearings today will be informal. I will ask questions related to the scope of direct testimony and may call and question witnesses as I deem appropriate. I will decide all questions of procedure. I will take evidence, but will exclude evidence that is irrelevant, immaterial, or unduly repetitious. Evidence may be presented in written form, and all testimony shall be under oath. Hearsay evidence may be used to supplement or explain other evidence, but shall not be sufficient alone to support a finding of fact unless it would be admissible over objections in a civil court action. The order of presentation this evening will be first, Mr. Grady will introduce each item. Then the applicant and the applicant's witnesses will have 15 minutes to present the proposal. County Development Services will have 5 minutes to present its findings and recommendations. The Planning Commission will have 5 minutes to present its findings of compliance or non-compliance with the comprehensive plan. And proponents will have 15 minutes to present arguments in support of the proposal. Then opponents will have 15 minutes to present arguments against the proposal. County staff will then have 5 minutes to present any amended recommendations, and the applicant will have 5 minutes for rebuttal and summation. The 15 minutes that are afforded to proponents and opponents is the total time that will be allotted among them. So if there are a number of persons who wish to speak, the 15 minutes will be distributed among those persons. If there are a number of persons who wish to speak to an item, you may wish to designate a single spokesperson to represent your views. When you come to the microphone to speak, please first state your name and address for the record. The meeting is being recorded, so please speak into the microphone so your testimony can be recorded. When you are finished speaking, please see the clerk to my right here to sign in for the record. We'll need your name, address, and the application number. Now we'll hear from the county attorney's office, who will state the legal requirements for requesting oral argument at the public meeting, where the Board of County Commissioners will make a final decision on each item.
Good evening. This is Mary Dorman from the County Attorney's Office. Tonight's public hearing is the first step of a two-step rezoning process. This hearing is the time for rezoning applicants and interested parties to present testimony and evidence. Any evidence presented tonight will become the complete factual record of each application, and no additional evidence can be introduced after the closing of each application. The second step of the rezoning process is a public meeting before the Board of County Commissioners, where the board will take a decision on each application heard tonight. Tonight's applications are scheduled to be heard by the board at its December 14th, 2021 land use meeting. When considering applications, the board will only review the record created at tonight's hearing and the recommendation made by the hearing master for each application. The hearing master will file a recommendation for each application heard tonight on November 8th, 2021. The Board of County Commissioners has established a policy that directs which rezoning and major modification applications are to be placed on the consent agenda of the board's land use meeting. Applications that propose to add density outside the urban service area, applications that are on roadways with a failing level of service, and applications that have had evidence or testimony provided to the record by non-applicant parties of record either prior to or at the zoning hearing master public hearing are not qualified for placement on the consent agenda. Applications which do not have consistent recommendations of approval or denial are also not qualified to be placed on the consent agenda. The board shall allow public testimony by parties of record at its meeting to consider the land use hearing officer's recommendation for any item on the regular agenda. Any public testimony shall be limited to the record of the proceeding before the land use hearing officer, unless additional evidence has been found admissible in accordance with Section 10.03.04D of the Land Development Code. A party of record is an individual who fits at least one of the following four categories. First, an individual who is present tonight and presents testimony or documentary evidence. Second, an individual certified by the U.S. Postal Service as having been mailed notice of tonight's hearing. Third, an individual who submitted documentary evidence to the master file at least 2 business days prior to tonight's hearing. Or fourth, an individual who submitted documentary evidence by proxy at tonight's hearing. Again, the content of oral argument before the board shall be limited to the content of the testimony and other evidence submitted verbally or in writing to the hearing master tonight. It is the role of the county attorney's office to ensure that only individuals who have met these requirements are allowed to speak before the board, and to ensure that no new evidence or testimony is introduced or allowed at the board's public meeting. For these reasons, please make sure that all information you wish the board to consider at its public meeting is entered into tonight's record. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dorman. All right, all testimony tonight must be taken under oath. So if you plan to speak tonight, please stand and raise your hand and I will swear you in. All those who plan to speak virtually, please also raise your hand to be sworn in. All right. Do you swear the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. That takes us to the agenda. Mr. Grady, would you please call up the first case?
On a housekeeping matter, before we take up the first case, I just want to note for the record, and I will again repeat this when we get to that item, but for item D4, which is major modification 21-0877, the BOCC public hearing date for that item is going to be November 9th, with your zoning hearing recommendation due on November 1st. So I'll again repeat that when we get to that item, but I want to note that for the record. Going back to the agenda, the first item on the agenda will be item B1, rezoning PD 20-1266. This is a remand item. It's a request to rezone from ASO4 to PD. I will provide staff recommendation after a presentation by the applicant, and hearing officer Susan Finch will hear this case.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Grady. I appreciate it. Is the applicant here?
Yes, Ms. Finch, Truett Gardner.
Good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you. If you want to go ahead with your presentation.
Perfect. Truett Gardner, 400 North Ashley Drive. We're putting up a PowerPoint now. But while that's coming up, we're like a bad penny on this one that keeps coming up to you. Hopefully this is for the last time. And I know you've seen this twice. It will be brief in the presentation, but just wanted to give you a brief overview of the team itself. And then next slide, just overview again on the site. We are on Balm Riverview Road, just north of the intersection of Balm Riverview and Rodine. The parcel is just under 5 acres, and it was formerly a fish pond that's been abandoned. And then in the area, in that vicinity, is immediately to the south is a residential structure, which is in the same zoning lot, same ownership as the auto repair store immediately to its south. And then other uses in the vicinity are commercial, single family. So overview of the area. Then next slide. With respect to the proposal, and there'll be another slide that we have comparing where we started to where we are now, but one use and one use only we're requesting, which is variety store retail. Max size of the proposal is under 11,000 square feet, 10,640, and the FAR being requested is now 0.05 versus a 0.25 that could potentially be requested. Next slide. And then just real briefly on how we got here, we filed this rezoning in excess of a year ago and attended ZHM back in March of 2021. Denial of recommendation proceeded with this case to the ZHM. We at that time asked to be remanded to make modifications to the site plan, which we did. Came back to the ZHM in July. And then in September, we went to the BOCC, not asking for remand, but asking for approval. But the board remanded us back with instructions of specific things to address, which is what I want to focus on primarily this evening. Next slide. Then just, this is a evolution of the plan from its original proposal to not only what you saw in July, but also some additional things we've added in direct response to some of the comments from the BOCC board members. But at the beginning, we were asking for all CN uses with a couple of exclusions. As I mentioned, we're now down to one use and one use only, which is the variety store retail. We started off when you first saw it asking for over 28,000 square feet of retail uses. That's now been reduced by 62% to 10,640. There were 3 buildings being proposed when you initially saw it. That has now been reduced to 1, which was the case when you saw it in July. The FAR again has been reduced from 0.13 to 0.05. Pervious surface has increased by in excess of an acre. And then we increased the buffer on the southern portion of the site. That was a change you would have seen in July. The condition number 5 is one that we'll dive into. That is a new one where we're committing to placing a conservation easement over the wetland area on site. Condition 11 limited the hours of operation to 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. And then condition 12, which was done in part, but now added to and supplemented on the architectural design characteristics of the proposed structure. Next slide. So then on September 8th was our hearing from the Board of County Commissioners. And not to put words in any of their mouth, but it's an interesting read in this transcript, which I would recommend if you haven't had the chance to read it, to do so, really beginning about page 22, and then it runs through page 34. But what seemed to really germinate with them and they gravitated towards at the end was feeling that this made sense. Really, I think the strongest reason why was given the proliferation of single family, they really want neighborhoods serving commercial. And with the reduced size of this, they felt like it really fit and with all the developer has proposed. But these next 4 slides are going to be specific questions that came up in discussion, which we believe were the 4 ones, and then how we've responded to each of those. So next slide. This one was from Commissioner Smith, and basically was a request asking us if we would put the wetland area, agree to put it into a conservation easement, which we have done. It's on the site plan, and then specifically condition 5 states that the wetland area, as generally labeled on the site plan, shall be preserved from a conservation easement. The conservation easement shall be recorded prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy. So that was the first directive. There you can see the arrow pointing to the conservation easement. So that'll be the portion once specifically defined, we would record a conservation easement over. Next was a discussion on the sidewalk. I don't know if you recall this, but we were proposing a sidewalk running from the property to the north, connecting it with a residential subdivision. I believe it was over 700 feet to the north. The question came up at the hearing of why is it running to the north instead of to the south? And so this was the clarification of that. Next slide, you can see this graphic that we put together as a part of a CIP project that's already been funded. There will be a sidewalk going from the intersection to our site. Our site will have a sidewalk, and then what we're proposing is to go north an additional 700 feet. So linking that residential subdivision to the proposed Dollar General, and then all the way to the intersection itself. Next was this was an interesting one. If you look to the south of our site, there's a site at the corner. It's the northwest corner, and it's heavily treed and landscaped. And Commissioner Overman was asking whether this site, given its history as a former fish farm, is actually better suited for development than the site at the corner. And so we engaged Naylor Engineering. They looked at it. Abby Naylor's letter should be in your package, but she concludes that the property at the northwest corner has greater anthropogenetic disturbance, which basically means greater disturbance by humans, and less wetlands than the parcel that we're proposing. And so basically the conclusion being that that's actually our site is a better site to develop than the one at the northwest corner. This is a graphic showing the heavily vegetated area that the commissioner picked up on at the northwest corner of that intersection. And then in between is the auto repair store and shop, in the residential single family home, and then our site in the light purple north of that. And then last but not least, I'm going to turn this over to Jeff Lazenby. Was Commissioner Smith was asking if we could take another look at the architectural elements of the project and to see if we could make it fit better with the Riverview area. Unfortunately, there's not much in terms of in the code or in their plan that provides guidance. But we did take a hard look. One thing that we were inspired by is the new Riverview Library. And so with that, I'll turn this over to Jeff on the additional architectural enhancements that have been made.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Jeff Lazenby. I'm with Palmetto Capital Group. I am the developer for this project, and I thank you very much for hearing us tonight. As Truett said, Commissioner Smith asked if we, when we come back, she'd like to see some further enhancements to the building. Specifically mentioned the Riverview Community Plan. There were no specific requirements in the Riverview Community Plan, so what we've done is we took a look at the Riverview Downtown District standards, the Keystone Odessa Rural Development Standards, the Lutz Rural Area Development Standards, and other stores in rural areas that we've received positive feedback on. One specifically was in Wyomama, which is not too far to the south here. We grabbed some ideas from, but some of the ideas we took from each of those places. The proposed building you see here in this rendering has window glazing on the street visible sides. We took that from the Riverview Downtown standards. Portions of the glazing are enhanced with awnings to provide a pedestrian level feel to the elevations. That was taken from the Keystone and the Lutz standards. The parapet has proposed cornice detail with a stepped height to try to keep it from looking like just a box. We've muted the colors to give it more of a light residentially feel with some yellows and light grays and greens. The alcove entryway gives it a kind of a patio feel out front. One of the Keystone and Lutz rural standards specifically prohibit unsurfaced cement or block or stucco exterior cladding. I believe that was on the former rendering. That has all been taken off. And those standards actually encourage vinyl slat style siding, which we have added here. Additionally, shake style shingle, which is hard to see in this rendering, but it's under the awnings there. So we've taken a few ideas from each of the other areas in the county and borrowed a few from a few existing stores. We think this gives this a kind of a local neighborhood store type look, and we hope you agree. That's all I have.
Commissioner Finch, or Ms. Finch, just to wrap this up, we really wanted to focus on the directives that the board provided us, which is what we've done. And if you have any questions, both coming out of that hearing as well as any questions from before, given the long life of this, we'd be happy to try to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Gardner. I appreciate that. I have read in detail the minutes from the September 8th Board of County Commissioners meeting when this was remanded. And I certainly pick up the points that you addressed, but I have some others that were just topics of discussion. So let's just go through those real quick. In the beginning, well, first, let me ask the basic question. Is there any change in your proposal in terms of the use or the square footage as compared to the last time we heard this at the zoning hearing master hearing in July?
No. So the last time you heard it, we made the limitation. We had made the limitation to the variety store use, so that has not changed. And then we also had made the reduction down to the 10,640 square feet. So that has not changed. Right.
But the hearing in July was for a single use, the variety store at the 10,000 plus square feet. And that's what my recommendation was written on it. And that is unchanged. That's what I just want to document for the record.
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you. Then the next point, the beginning of the item discussion at the board hearing, Commissioner Smith asked about the traffic that was associated with, as this parcel is designated Res 4 in the comprehensive plan, and given the acreage that perhaps 18 homes could be developed on here. And would that traffic be worse than the former use, which was a fish farm? And then that leads me to ask you if you know what the comparison would be for those 18 homes versus the traffic associated with your 10,640 square foot variety store.
So good question. We haven't run the exact comparison from this store to the 18 homes, but what we do have is the net impact of this, which we would only be generating 22 external AM peak hour two-way trips. And so I think the thought was the additional traffic would be negligible and probably comparable to the 18 homes, but I don't have those exact figures.
Okay, so but you're basing that on the given for the 18 homes and then the increase based on the commercial development you're proposing. Is that correct? Okay, got it. Thank you. You answered the concern about Commissioner Smith talking about the conservation easement, and I see that's a proposed condition, so I get that. Next, Commissioner Kemp asked if this was ever designated as a brownfield. Do we know the answer to that?
I don't believe that it has, no.
Okay. All right. And then regarding the discussion from Commissioner Overman about the intersection, and thank you, in the record, in the transcript, it called it the northeast corner, but I believe she was talking about, as you picked up in your slide, the northwest corner?
Correct.
At Rodine and Baum Riverview. And that is just as I look at the zoning map, that is already zoned CN, commercial neighborhood. And then she also talked about the sidewalk issue, which I see that as part of your proposal. And then that was followed up by Commissioner Cohen asking if that parcel at Rodine and Baum Riverview was developable. And so it's your testimony based on this environmental analysis that part of it is a wetland. How much is that? 23% that I see?
It is, let's see, we'll get you that.
Yes.
Correct.
All right. So
do we have our letter? Because it says what, yeah, I can give you, it's not on our slides, but in Ms. Naylor's letter is the percentage wetland of that site versus the percentage wetland of our site. Here it is. .31.
Yes.
Yes. So the site, the subject parcel, the wetland occupies approximately 8.31% of the parcel, whereas the parcel, the other parcel being referred to at the northwest corner is 23% wetland. So almost 3 times as much.
all right. But would it be fair then to say that the parcel at the intersection of Rodine and Baum Riverview is about 75% upland and developable? Would that be a fair conclusion from your analysis? Sure. All right, thank you. And then finally, Commissioner Smith then concluded the testimony with talking about consistency with the review community plan, and I see that you've put that into the record. So I just wanted to make sure that we hit all of the points that were the discussion and the reason to send this back as a remand. So I think we've covered it. Unless you have anything else you want to add, I'm going to move on to staff.
No, I appreciate you going through the record as well.
All right. Thank you so much. Development Services.
Good evening, Brian Grady, Hillsborough County Development Services. As noted by the applicant's testimony, this is a remand from the Board of County Commissioners. The applicant's proposed square footage and use remains the same from the previous application regarding the request for 10,640 square feet of the variety store retail. As noted, as part of this remand, the applicant provided additional information on the record, including a commitment to place a conservation easement over the existing wetland, revised building renderings incorporating various additional design features as outlined in the applicant's presentation, proposal for enhanced landscaping, parking to be located behind the building setback line. They also included information in comparing the suitability for development of the subject parcel versus undeveloped commercially zoned parcels at the intersection of Baum River Road and Rodine Road. And they also provide a revised exhibit showing the extent of sidewalks to be provided along Baum River View to the north and south of the parcel, based on sidewalks to be provided by the applicant and those to be constructed by the county. I would note, and based on the remand, the Planning Commission reevaluated the request, and also they did include additional information clarification regarding the basis for the noncompliance with commercial location criteria. As noted from prior applications, the applicant does not meet location criteria and has requested a waiver, which is not supported by Planning Commission. So they continue to find the request inconsistent. From development services perspective, staff does acknowledge the revised proposal, which includes additional architectural enhancements, enhanced landscaping, and again, enhanced parking requirements do improve compatibility with surrounding development area. However, staff concurs with the inconsistency finding based on location criteria, policies of the Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan, and finds the extension of the commercial use of this location, despite the revised proposal, will expand the area of commercial development beyond the intersection and be in conflict with the planning objectives of creating appropriate transitions of lesser intense uses between residential and non-residential area of the community. Therefore, our report remains not supportable, consistent with the prior hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Go to the Planning Commission, please.
Hi, good evening, Madam Hearing Master. This is Jillian Massey from Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the residential 4 future land use category. It's in the urban service area and located within the residential district of the Riverview Community Plan, and also located within the South Shore area-wide systems plan. As noted already, with previous testimony, the application's been remanded twice. Planning Commission staff has re-examined the site, and the changes do not satisfactorily address staff's compatibility concerns with the existing development pattern, and consequently have not resulted in a change to Planning Commission staff recommendation. The subject property does not meet locational criteria. The subject property is located 3 parcels to the northwest of the Baum Riverview Road and Rodine Road intersection. Commercial locational criteria is based on the future land use category of the property and whether the roadways are shown on the adopted 2040 Highway Cost Affordable Long Range Transportation Plan. Roadways listed in the table as 2 or 4 lane roadways must be shown on the Highway Cost Affordable Long Range Transportation Plan in order to be considered to meet commercial locational criteria. Per policy 22.2, 75% of the site needs to be located within 900 feet of the intersection node. The applicant contends that the site meets commercial locational criteria, stating that the project is located 903 feet from the intersection. This measurement does not take into account that comprehensive plan policy direction dictates how sites should be measured. Per FLU policy 22.2, all measurements should begin at the edge of the road right of way, and a site must meet distance requirements within 75% of the site. Planning Commission staff has determined that 75% of the project site is over 1,200 feet from the intersection. Therefore, it doesn't meet locational criteria. While Planning Commission acknowledges that the proposed site planning techniques help to mitigate impacts to residential uses and moves closer to the intent of the comprehensive plan, site meeting commercial locational criteria never guarantees the approval of a commercial use. Consequently, an application that does not meet criteria must demonstrate in its proposal how it will further the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan. Policy 22.7 identifies several considerations that carry more weight than commercial locational criteria, including land use compatibility. The request for commercial land use outside of the established node does not fulfill the intent of policy 22.7. The request would not contribute to a gradual transition of uses within the area. Planning Commission staff acknowledges the application has moved closer towards meeting the intent of the plan through site planning and buffering, architectural and elevation enhancements, addition of a conservation easement, additional open space, hours of operation, and a reduction in intensity. The proposed planned development request for a variety retail store would not provide an appropriate and compatible transition to the single-family residential land uses and low density AS 0.4 and AS 1 zoning immediately adjacent to the site and within the general area. Consequently, the request is not consistent with the Riverview Community Plan. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds that the proposed plan development is inconsistent with the future of Hillsborough comprehensive plan for Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. This time we'll call for anyone that would like to speak in favor. Anyone in support of this application in the room? Seeing no one. Anyone online? No. All right. Anyone in opposition to this request? All right. I see. If you could hold up your hands. I see two people. Do we have anybody online? All right. So if you want to go ahead and come forward, you have 15 minutes total. If you could start by just giving us your name and address, please.
Okay, won't take anywhere near that one. My name is Dennis Fackler. I live at 11808 Bomb Riverview Road, directly across the street from this project. Bomb Riverview Road is a 2-lane rural road. That part of the county does not even have a county water or sewer. The traffic there daily, from when I leave my house to get out of my driveway, takes me approximately 10 minutes to get out of my driveway. To go a half a mile up to the street light, it takes me about 25 minutes because the school zones and the traffic. If I go in the other direction toward Rodine, it takes me every bit of a half hour because of the traffic. It's terrible. They definitely need to expand the roads. To add something like this, basically commercial building, in that particular neighborhood, which is all zoned AS1, agriculture, single family, 1 acre. I have 1 acre and a third. Everybody along Bomb Riverview Road has that plus. It's completely inconsistent with the type of neighborhood and the amount of trash. And believe me, I'm a customer of Dollar General, but I don't want it in my neighborhood. It's a real problem. You're going to create a much bigger problem if you add that thing there. Not only that, but there's the wetland issues. We have a tremendous amount of wildlife in our area, and we like to keep it. Thank you very much. Please don't let them do this.
Thank you, sir, for coming down. If you could please sign in with Allison with the clerk's office. Yes, ma'am. Yes. While she's coming up, is there anyone else that wants to speak in opposition? All right, seeing no one. Go ahead, ma'am. If you could give us your name and address.
My name is Sally Fackler. My address is 11808 Bomb Riverview Road.
Ma'am, if you could please put your mask back on. It's the policy of the county.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
I'm going to be specific. This is a building that's going to be more than 10,000 square feet. It's going to be concrete floored. Our community is served as far as stormwater removal, specifically by ditches. The wetlands at the south end that everybody keeps talking about being marked as a conservation area actually is the peak collection point for our entire neighborhood. And keep in mind, each one of our lots is a 1.25 acre lot. We have ditches that go all the way around our neighborhood, including down the back. Instead of an alley, we've got a huge ditch. This all runs into what y'all are calling that conservation area, wetland, for removal from the area. When the little mall to the south of us, right at Rose and Bomb Riverview, was approved, because of the extensive amount of asphalt parking, that amount of ground that would normally percolate stormwater was removed from the equation. And now we're starting to see flooding on our roads, and not during a heavy rain, during normal rains. The county plan says this has to be a service provider. I don't think anybody would have a problem with the daycare. However, a general store, any type of mercantile, is going to generate more traffic every hour than even 18 homes would. You have 18 cars go to work, 18 cars come home. You don't have 10 to 20 cars every 30 minutes rotating in and out of a retail situation. Let's see, that's flooding, that's traffic. Bomb Riverview Road is a narrow 2-lane road. Yes, it's asphalt. The sidewalk that goes down the east side of Bomb Riverview was installed in the 80s. The reason one has never been installed on the west side is because there's no easement and there's not enough ground between the actual edge of the road and where our ditches are to put a sidewalk. They would have to come through and run rainwater collection, stormwater piping, is for the lack of a better word, in order to be able to even have room for sidewalks. It would be wonderful. We'd love to have sidewalks, but not at the expense of a commercial building that's going to take away from so many other things when we're already having to deal with hazards because of what's been done before this. The house that's to the south of this location, yes, is owned by the same person that owns the car repair shop to its south. But it's a home. He's got a huge, beautiful yard. Nice, beautiful, winding driveway. It's a home. There's also a home to the north of this property, and to the north of it, and to the north of it, to the north of it, to a very expensive community that's just been built within the last 5 years. We are residential. It's not cow pastures. It's not row after row of little sheds that people are working out of, like you see in Waimama and in Dover and in Seffner. We've maintained our residential look, feel, and home. And we're asking you, please don't approve this. Thank you.
Thank you. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office before you sit down. All right, if that closes, with that, we'll close opposition testimony and go back to staff. Mr. Ratliff, are you available online?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you heard the quick question about traffic that was generated by Commissioner Smith talking about the 18 homes that are perhaps possible under the current Res 4 plan category. And my question to Mr. Gardner about the additional traffic, if there is, generated by the proposed 10,640 square feet. Can you give me a feel for how much more traffic that would be?
Yes, I did run those numbers for 18 homes. So again, that would result in a somewhat less conservative analysis than the staff report that's on file, which looked at it based on the existing zoning. But looking at it from that future land use perspective of 18 homes, that would be that those 18 homes would generate 170 average daily trips, 13 AM peak hour trips, and 18 PM peak hour trips. And the difference between the variety store and that 18 home baseline would be an increase of 505 average daily trips, an increase of 21 AM peak hour trips, and an increase of 55 PM peak hour trips.
All right, thank you. That answers my question. I appreciate it. Mr. Grady, anything else from staff? Okay, then we'll go back to the applicant. Mr. Gardner, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Sure. So just a couple of clarifications real quick. First of all, in the Planning Commission's report, and I'm glad it was stated because we saw it in the staff report, just wanted to clarify that we are not asserting at all that we meet locational criteria. We fully acknowledge that, one, we're 3 feet short as far as the 900-foot requirement, but then also we don't meet the 75% of the site requirement as well. But what we are asserting, and what the board seemed to pick up on, are the mitigative measures that we've taken, which is clearly stated in policy 22.7 of the comprehensive plan, and really goes on to state that those should be granted higher weight than the technical reading of the 900 feet, and then also the 75%. So just wanted to clarify that we are not at all contending that we meet it. We're contending that we are mitigating. And then secondly, with respect to Mrs. and Mrs. Fackler, who have spoken before, we have a slide that you'll have no reason to go all the way through it unless you'd like for us to, but specifically addressing the transportation concerns that were raised. And then in addition to that, they mentioned a lack of adequate utilities. We do have water and sewer service immediately in front of the site that's available. And then also they're concerned over the wetland and the wildlife within it. And again, with our new condition number 5, we will be recording a conservation easement to protect that wetland. So with that, I believe that answers all the questions raised, and I would be happy to answer any questions should you have any.
I have no further questions. So that concludes your rebuttal testimony. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, then. Thank you so much for your time. With that, we'll
Thank you.
close rezoning PD 20-1266, and I'll turn the hearing back over to Hearing Master Hadley.
Thank you, Ms. Finch. Mr. Grady, would you please call the next case?
The next item in the agenda, item C1, is rezoning standard 21-0985. The applicant is Carlos A. Fuentes. The request is rezoned from PD, RMC 12, and RDC 12 to commercial intensive with restrictions. Chris Grandin will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
All right, we'll hear from the applicant, please.
Okay, Carlos Fuentes, 23738 Peace Pike Court, Lutz, Florida. I'm a consultant in this case representing the applicant. So we have a 4.75 acre piece. We have a site plan that should be up on the screen shortly to show you the location of the site, corner of MLK, southeast corner, MLK and Orient Road in Tampa. So we have agreed to accepting the commercial intensive restricted zoning. We originally applied for commercial intensive, but we worked out a reasonable answer to the problem, and that was that anything that is approved under CG in terms of structures and uses will be approved throughout the entire site. So there were some zoning restrictions or use restrictions that we have agreed to and accepted, taking into account that anything that would be permissible in CG would apply to our site as well.
Okay.
Anything else?
Anything else? No?
No.
I have no questions for you, sir.
No, I'm good in terms of what we have done.
Mhm.
We have worked very closely with the planning division and have had meetings and contacts, and we have come to this final decision, which we have accepted, and we think that it's a great solution.
All right. Thank you, sir. Please sign in with the clerk's office.
Sure. Thank you.
All right. Development services, please.
Sorry. Okay. Technical. Okay. Hello, my name is Chris Growlenard. I'm speaking for speaking about the rezone 21-0985. Third rezoning from PD 92-0056, RMC 12, and RDC 12 zoning districts to the proposed commercial intensive restricted zoning district. The site is located at 3809 Orient Road in Tampa, which is located 500 feet southeast of the intersection of East MLK Boulevard and Orient Road. It's located in the urban service area, and it's located in the East Lake Orient Park plan area. The future land use designation, it's two different districts. It's office commercial 20, OC 20, and residential 12, or Res 12. The subject parcel borders two FLU categories. OC 20 is to the north, and Res 12 is to the south. The density of each OC 20 is 20 dwelling units per acre, 0.75 FAR. Res 12 dwelling units per acre, and 0.50 FAR. And I have a blow up of there's a small portion to the south of the Res 12. And it's mostly OC 20 to the north.
Currently, it's zoned plan development 920056, residential multifamily conventional 12, and residential duplex conventional 12. Zoning districts immediately to the north is PD 920056. To the south, RMC 12. To the east, 920056 again, and RDC 12. And to the west, again, on PD 920056. Current uses are in PD 920056 is commercial, office, and personal uses. Mathematical maximum of 35,284 square feet. For the RMC area, to the south, multifamily residential, 10 units of maximum, mathematical maximum. And RDC 12 zoning district to the south, a maximum of 10 units. And the proposed commercial intensive restricted zoning, intensive commercial office and personal services, mathematical maximum 62,073 square feet. The area is located on a principal arterial that consists of multifamily residential and commercial uses. The subject parcel is directly adjacent to a multifamily residential to the south and vacant commercial and two-family residential to the east. The proposed commercial intensive restricted use is to allow for the sale of sod to the public. The proposed commercial intensive use would have allowed open storage adjacent to the multifamily to the south, which raised compatibility issues, concerns with the neighboring lot to the south. Also, the Res 12 to the south would be incompatible with most CI uses. In addition, there are traffic concerns due to the proximity to the residential uses to the south. Notwithstanding concerns to the south, the area to the north of the parcel, which is zoned PD 920056, allows for similar uses which are permitted in the commercial intensive zoning, such as RV, recreational vehicle and construction equipment sales, service and automotive service stations. PD 920056 also allows agricultural uses such as plant nurseries, wholesale and retail, and truck gardening, which is similar to what is intended of the applicant. As we spoke, the applicant has offered restrictions to mitigate these compatibility concerns. Following uses shall be prohibited: open storage, liquor stores, pawn shops, gun ranges, motor vehicle repair and body work painting. Number two, these commercial intensive zoning district uses, building and structure containing those uses that are not also permissible in the CG zoning district, shall not be permitted within 90 feet of the southern boundary, as that area is within the Res 12 future land use classification. The CI uses that are not permitted in the Res 12 portion of the property, therefore, a proposed restriction regarding uses within 90 feet of the southern boundary is necessary for compliance with the Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan. After the submittal of the proposed restrictions by the applicant, the Planning Commission found the proposed use consistent with the comprehensive plan. Development Services confirms with that assessment. The applicant is requesting to rezone from PD 920056, RMC 12, and RDC 12 to commercial intensive restricted. Based on OC 20 and Res 12 future land use classification, the surrounding zoning and development pattern, and the proposed uses development standards for the commercial intensive restricted zoning district, staff finds the request approvable with the restrictions. Glad to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I have no questions for you.
Thank you.
All right, Planning Commission.
Good evening. This is Jillian Massey, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the office commercial 20 and residential 12 future land use categories. It's in the urban service area and located within the limits of the East Lake Orient Park Community Plan. The surrounding area contains multifamily residential directly to the south and single-family residential to the north, west, and east. Placing commercial intensive uses next to residential properties presents a compatibility concern. As the proposed rezoning is through a standard zoning district, Planning Commission staff is unable to evaluate a site plan and the placement of each of the uses and how the proposed rezoning would maintain the character of the existing development in the surrounding area. In order to address these compatibility concerns, the applicant has agreed to 2 restrictions. The first restriction is to prohibit the more intense commercial and intensive zoning uses on site, such as open storage and major motor vehicle repair. The second restriction is that the uses allowed in the commercial intensive zoning district that are not permissible within the commercial general zoning district will not be permitted within 90 feet of the southern boundary, since that area is within the Res 12 future land use classification. This will be documented in the restrictions and is the cornerstone of the Planning Commission staff finding of consistent with the plan. The proposed rezoning with these 2 restrictions does meet the intent of the future land use element policy 1.4 and the neighborhood protection policy direction under FLU objective 16 and its accompanying policies. Only allowing CG uses on the Res 12 portion of the site allows for a gradual transition of uses and intensifies moving from the intersection node to the immediately adjacent multifamily properties south of the site and the single family residential to the west, north, or east. Limiting the CI uses reduces the intensity of commercial uses allowed on the site and meets the intent of policy 17.7 as the restriction will help mitigate for adverse noise, visual, odor, and vibration impacts upon all adjacent land uses. The portion of the subject site located within Res 12 does meet commercial locational criteria per policy 22.2. At least 75% of the subject site is within the 1,000-foot distance from the State Road 574 and Orient Road node. The commercial locational criteria does not apply to the OC 20 future land use category. The proposed rezoning meets the intent of the East Lake Orient Park Community Plan. The vision of the plan states that new development in the community must not adversely impact the existing neighborhoods, and commercial activities should be compatible and designed to serve the community. The economic development portion of the plan states to create a commercial mixed-use district along Orient Road from Hillsborough Avenue to Columbus Drive. The proposed development is a commercial use along Orient Road, and the proposed restrictions to CI uses permits a development that is compatible with the existing community and does not impact existing neighborhoods. Thus, the site meets the intent of the community plan. Overall, Planning Commission staff does not have compatibility concerns with regard to the proposed use and its intensity adjacent to existing residential development, given the proposed restrictions. And based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the future of Hillsborough comprehensive plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Are there any persons in the audience tonight or online who wish to speak in support of this item? Any proponents who wish to speak to this item? All right, hear none. Are there any persons here or online who wish to speak in opposition to this item tonight? None online, don't hear any. All right, development services. Anything further?
Nothing further.
Okay. Applicant, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal and summation if you wish to take it.
No, thank you. I'm satisfied with the outcome and appreciate all the work and considerations of staff. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you, sir. All right, with that, we'll close rezoning 21-0985.
The next item is agenda item C2, rezoning standard 21-1085. The request is to rezone from business professional office and RSC 9 to RSC 9. Isis Brown will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
All right, applicant, come forward, please. Turn on the microphone, please. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is An Nguyen. I'm at 310 North Glen Avenue. I'm the applicant and representing the owner for this folio. And the current zoning for this folio is like BPO and RC9. We should try to rezone the RC9 to be consistent with the surrounding area.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm done. Sorry.
That's it? Anything further?
No, ma'am.
All right. I need you to sign in with the clerk here, please. Thank you. All right, development services.
Ms. Brown, I think you're muted.
Isis, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. All right. Okay. The request is to rezone from an existing BPO business professional office and residential single family conventional 9 RSC 9 to RSC 9. The proposed zoning for RSC 9 permits single family conventional development on lots containing a minimum of 5,000 square feet. Site has no address, but is identified with folio number 29306.0050. It's approximately 1,200 feet northeast of the intersection of North Dale Mabry Highway and West Lambright Street. It's also located approximately 460 feet north on Himes Avenue, just off of that intersection of Lambright Street and Himes Avenue. The site is located in the urban service area and part of the Egypt Lake Community Plan area. It has a future land use designation of residential 20. Current density is 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres. And the 0.20 FAR for the BPO, and proposed making that consistent to just 1 dwelling unit per the 5,000 square feet. Okay, as just stated, all right, the site is surrounded by single family residential office and neighborhood commercial type uses. The subject site is surrounded by Res 20 future land use categories, which permit single family residential office and neighborhood commercial uses. The size and depth of the site, parcel in relation to other adjacent office, neighborhood commercial and residential uses would create a zoning development pattern that is consistent with the existing zoning and development pattern of the agricultural and residential uses in the zoning district area. As the applicant is requesting a rezone from BPO and RSC 9 to RSC 9 based on the I'm sorry, that's a typo. It's supposed to be Res 20, future land use classification, the surrounding zoning and development pattern, and the proposed uses and development standards for RSC 9 zoning district. Staff finds the request approvable. I am available for any questions.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll hear from Planning Commission, please.
Hi, this is Jillian Massey, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the residential 20 future land use category. It's located in the urban service area and not located within the limits of a community plan. The application requests to rezone the subject property from BPO and RSC 9 to RSC 9 to allow for 3,000 square foot, two-story single family residential home. The site has split zoning and the applicant would like to rezone the entire property to RSC 9. This zoning district is consistent with the residential 20 future land use classification. The area is a combination of single-family lots, vacant residential, and light commercial, which are compatible with the applicant's request. The existing land uses are complementary to the proposed development and meet the intent of policy 16.3, 16.8, and 16.10. The request is consistent with the future land use element, policy 1.4, as the subject property is in the urban service area and will provide a height, scale, and mass that is compatible with the adjacent residential and commercial uses. Policy 1.2 states that new development in the urban service area is required to meet a minimum density of at least 75% of the allowable density of the land use category unless the development meets the criteria of policy 1.3. The approximately 1.14 acre subject property has a minimum density requirement of 2 dwelling units. The applicant is only proposing 1 single-family residential home. However, per policy 1.3, the minimum density requirement can be waived if the development at a density of 75% of the category or greater would not be compatible and would adversely impact the existing development pattern within a 1,000-foot radius of the proposed development. The subject property is surrounded by single-family homes on small lots. Adding additional units to the 0.14 acre property wouldn't be representative of the historical pattern of the development surrounding the parcel. Based on this, the subject property qualifies for the exception per policy 1.3. Overall, the rezoning would allow development that is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the future land use element of the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan and is compatible with the existing development pattern found within the surrounding area. Planning Commission finds that the request would encourage development that complements the surrounding character of the area. And based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds that the proposed development is consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by the Development Services Department. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in support of this item? Hear none. Is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in opposition to this item? Don't hear anyone. All right, Development Services, do you have anything further?
Nothing further.
All right, applicant, do you have anything further? No, thank you. All right, this will close the hearing on rezoning 21-1085.
The next item is agenda item C3, rezoning standard 21-1099. The applicant's RU Project Management Group LLC. The request is rezoned from agricultural industrial to M manufacturing. Isis Brown will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Thank you. Applicant.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Ruth Londono with RU Project Management Group. Representing, 1502 West Bush Boulevard, Suite D, Tampa, Florida 33612. I'm here to represent the owner of the property located on the 7706 and Boulevard Road. We are requesting the rezoning from agriculture intensive, industrial, to manufacturing. All the proposed rezone is consistent with the future land use that is light industrial that allow all the storage materials and in the area. If you can see in this little sketch, you have all the properties around. The properties are manufacturing, zoning. Some of the zoning was getting through rezoning process, like this one here, PDs, manufacturing areas. The owners also is the owner for the two properties on the north and the property located at the east of the proposed subject. Those three properties are already rezoned to manufacturing through a rezoning that was on 2017, and the number is 1035. If you have any question, I'm here to respond.
Thank you. I have no questions so far.
Thank you.
Be sure and sign in with the clerk. Development Services.
Isis Brown, Development Services. Case 21-1099. Okay. The request is to rezone from agricultural industrial zoning district to the proposed manufacturing zoning district. The proposed zoning district of M permits manufacturing, processing, or assembling uses, intensive commercial uses, and other industrial uses. The site is located at 7706 Ann Bullard Road in Tampa, Florida. It's located due east of Veterans Highway Expressway North and located approximately 330 feet west on Ann Bullard Road from the intersection of Ann Bullard Road and Benjamin Road. The site is located in the urban service area. The future land use designation or category in the area to the north, south, east, and west, immediately up from the site, it's light industrial. The current density intensity is not applicable at this time, but they're proposing the proposed density and intensity would be 0.75 FAR. Zoning classification, currently it's zoned AI. To the immediate north, south, and east, those zoning classifications are manufacturing. And then to the immediate west is a plan development 890018, which is a business office business space. All right, the site is surrounded by commercial, industrial, and neighborhood commercial type uses. The subject site is surrounded by light industrial future land use categories, which has the potential to permit light industrial, commercial, office, neighborhood commercial, and multi-purpose uses. The applicant is requesting to rezone from AI to M based on the light industrial future land use classification, the surrounding zoning and development pattern, and the proposed uses and development standards for manufacturing zoning district. Staff finds the request approvable. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. All right, Planning Commission.
Hi, this is Jillian Massey, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the light industrial future land use category. It's located in the urban service area and within the limits of the town and country community plan. The proposed use is consistent with the light industrial future land use classification. The proposed rezoning also meets the intent of the neighborhood compatibility policies outlined in Objective 16 and Policy 16.3 of the future land use element. The subject site is located in an area where existing uses are intense in nature and the existing development pattern consists predominantly of manufacturing zoned parcels. The proposed rezoning meets the intent of Objective 26 and its accompanying Policy 26.5, which promote industrial uses to further the economic development of Hillsborough County. Policy 26.5 limits non-industrial uses within industrial land use categories. Manufacturing is a permitted use within the light industrial future land use category and is therefore consistent with the development expected in this category. Goal 12, Objective 12-1 and Policy 12-1.4 of the Community Design component of the future land use element provides policy guidance on how new development, recognizing the existing character of the area and maintaining compatibility with it. In this case, the rezoning request would add additional industrial uses to an area that's predominantly industrial, fitting in with the existing character of the area. The subject site is located within the limits of the Town and Country Community Plan. There's no policies within this community plan that are applicable to this request. Overall, the Planning Commission staff finds that the proposed rezoning from agricultural, industrial to manufacturing consistent with the comprehensive plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County and will provide development that is compatible with the surrounding area. Based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the future of Hillsborough comprehensive plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone here tonight or online who wishes to speak in support of this item? Don't see anyone. Is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in opposition to this item?
Please come forward, sir.
Good evening. My name is Robert Breesacker. I own the overhead door company at the end of Ann Ballard at 7701. The proposed change for manufacturing would be great if they were a manufacturer. They're a trucking company. They've ruined our roads. They've ruined the wetlands. What they're trying to do is change the zoning so that they can run trucks from Ann Ballard in and out on Bridle Path. It's dangerous. They're already been cited by Hillsborough County. They had 90 days from August 13th for other zoning violations with a penalty that wasn't enough. There's already been Hillsborough County sheriffs out there multiple times. You're not getting the full story from the zoning, from this application. They're not a manufacturer. There's nobody on Ann Ballard that is a manufacturer. We're a distributor. Our neighbors here, there's a locksmith company, but there's no manufacturing on Ann Ballard or Bridle Path at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in opposition to this item?
Good evening. Marcio Vieira, 7703 Ann Ballard Road, across the street of the applicant. And I agree with Mr. Bob said, I'm impacted tremendously. They are destroying the road. It's piled dirt in front, it's truck in and out. The trucks go on my driveway to go through inside of their property is really disturbing and just dangerous, trucking park in front of us. They don't move and it's hard to getting, in and out of the building sometimes. So it's just that zone is they are not we just have a building. We're commercial janitorial business, and then what they're doing there is just hauling trucks in and out, and sometimes to even in the evening. Sometimes I leave the building at 9 o'clock, and they still in and out with trucks, and basically it's just ruining all the roads. I have pictures on my phone that I've been. I don't know if I can show anything. How can I?
Fortunately, sir, if you can't submit those into the record, you can't show them on your phone. So
So I don't know if there's any way that I can send some pictures, but we already applied for, we put it on complaint on the city as well. And that's about it. So.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, development services, anything further?
Just a couple of notes for the record. The M zoning district does permit other uses besides manufacturing. So that's the name of the district, but it does allow a full range of other commercial uses, including manufacturing and notwithstanding uses that may go on the site. The zoning is the first step in any kind of development process. And if there any use they're doing on there is currently not allowed under the AI zoning, so they would have to go through site development review to bring the site into compliance with the site development requirements for the site. Thank you.
Mr. Grady, is a trucking business an allowed use in the manufacturing zoning district?
Yes, it would be.
Thank you. All right, applicant, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal and summation.
Londono, with the RU Project Management, representing the applicant. Okay, we are talking about some trucks on the road, on Ambala Road. Okay, some people is talking about the end of the road. That is, this one I think is the end, and this one is the end of the road. Okay, and here is the Veteran Expressway. I have a picture of the end of the road. This is a picture of the end of the road. They have the big trucks that are using the same road because there is a allowed use on the area.
Ms.
That is
Londano,
permitted.
is that photograph you're showing, is that one of your client's trucks or is that some other?
No, this is the other property truck. This is on the end of the road.
Okay.
This truck is the most used trucks on this property at the end, on 7701. My property or my owner property is the 7706. This truck is for this property here. And they have using only this road, Ambala. Okay? As I say on the presentation, the owner has the 2 properties on the north side. We can use Ambala like access and go to the end and have the exit through the road that is on the north side. This is...
I don't understand that. Say that again, please.
Okay. They have the side properties.
Please speak in the mic.
7706. The owner has these 2 property also on the rear. That is front on Bridle Path Line. This property got to be used, the access entrance from Ambala and go all through this one and have the exit on the rear road. They have some complaints about the people that owned properties on Ambala, but for some reason, there is any complaint from the people that is the owners on the back of the road. It's something that does not make sense because they are using to access through Ambala and go exit through the other road.
And just to clarify, you're saying that they use Ann Ballard Road and also use their own properties in the rear of...
Yeah, because this property on the rear are already manufacturing and they can have access. They have access going to this road in here and they are using like access and exit on the other road. That means that the traffic is not to many traffic that they got to generate. And these people on the corner have access only. They need access through here and go back to the same, using the same road, and this is allowed.
Right.
I think that you need to have a consideration that that is the right of people to use the road, and have the consideration also that the owner has two properties on the rear, and that's got to be used, the access and exit. The other question is about the complaint, the court enforcement. They have been addressed all the cases. They have, the only case that is open right now is only for this hearing.
Okay.
They allow 90 days on the hearing master for court enforcement, and we have the meeting on next month only to see what happened with today, if that got to be approved, the manufacturing, like the other three properties that already are manufacturing.
And was that code enforcement case for the improper use of the zoning on their property?
Yeah, because the current zoning is agriculture industrial.
Okay.
And the proposed is manufacturing.
Okay, thank you.
And they are using the access through that property.
Okay.
Okay, and in reference to the wetlands, there is no issues with the wetlands because natural resources, they say to protect the wetlands, they need to have this wall that is already built. And the case is closed right now. There is no, all the cases are closed, or they have no, or that was closed at the same time that was called.
Okay.
Questions?
I have no more questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, with that, rezoning 21-1099, hearing is closed.
The next item is agenda item C4, rezoning standard 21-1220. The applicant is Jacob Goldstein. The request is rezoned from CN to CI with restrictions. Chris Grandin will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Thank you. Madam Hearing Officer Todd Pressman, 200 2nd Avenue South, number 451 in St. Petersburg, Florida. Good evening. This is RZ 21-1220. If we could go to the first slide, please. Right at the top. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. We're located on Causeway Boulevard, somewhat near the Tampa property line, west of 75 and 301. Next slide, please. Thank you. This is as the property appraiser has the site. Next slide, please. The business that's coming forward is Truck Parking Yard Tampa. The business is very simple. They provide a legal truck parking lot. Most of their customers are one truck owners. They look for an alternative need for legal parking spaces for trucks. Some are generated by code enforcement from neighborhoods. Some seek just a secure lot to park their trucks and keep it safe. They really don't do too much with trucking companies, but they do some work with third-party contractors like Amazon and Hogan and things of that nature. Next slide, please. So the issue rezoning is from CN to CI restricted. Restrictions that are before you is a use which would be only for open storage of operable vehicles. Second, opaque fencing around the vehicle area, and actually that's required by code. And then third, because we're on a scenic corridor, we've increased the landscaping required to a hedgerow of 3 feet and shade trees every 20 feet on center. And I'm number 4. I'm not sure why that's designated. The size of the site is 3.66 acres MOL. Now, hearing officer, we would like to add one new condition, and that is that there would be no mechanical work. Next slide, please. So the additional condition would be no mechanical work on site. The only use on the site is parking of vehicles. This is an application that PGM does support. Next slide, please. And again, adding a new condition restriction tonight onto the rezoning. Next slide, please. You can see the intensity of uses all right along the roadway. Virtually next door is Shell Contracting, Truck City, Chrome Parts, contractors' offices, pump suppliers, Prince Construction, etc. Next slide, please. And these are just a couple photos from the immediate vicinity, giving an idea of the area. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. And next slide, please. And next slide, please. OC20 is the predominant future land use category. You can see that encompasses the entire south side of Causeway. Next slide, please, which is where we are. And parcels are zoned, the great majority are all CI and CG all along the roadway. Next slide, please. Causeway itself, a principal arterial roadway, carries 18,900 vehicles per day for 2017. Next slide, please. Surrounding zoning and zoning approvals. Next slide, please. The PGM report goes pretty substantially into these, but I wanted to highlight quite a few. You can see there's just in the immediate vicinity are a lot of CIs, a lot of CGs, and that comprises really the entire area. Next slide, please. So 3 PDs, PGM, Plan Commission all approved those, and those PD numbers are indicated on the viewer map, as you can see. One is distribution warehouse, open storage. Another storage, open warehouse contractor, and across the street is limited commercial office, contractor's office. And across the street, of course, is designated CI. Next slide, please. So PD 10-0083 was rezoned to CI and CG with open storage, operable vehicles. Both agencies supported it, PGM, comparable, compatible, Planning Commission, consistent with the limited to open storage and such within the Palm River Community Plan, ensures compatibility. Next slide, please. And zone to CI 14-0465, just a couple of lots over. Plan Commission, again, comparable, compatible, PGM, no compatibility issues, areas of mixture commercial, including open storage and storage of vehicles. Rezone the CI for semi-trailers for the shipping industry, which is, of course, very similar to what we're proposing. And both agencies supported it along with noting the Greater Palm River Community Plan. Next slide, please. And then there is 06-1348, same thing. Both agencies found it compatible, consistent. This was zone CI for cranes and rezoned to park 6 cranes on site. Both departments approved it. Next slide, please. And then 16-0640, rezoning a CIR. I think it's important the Planning Commission notes that this rezoning would allow a development that is compatible and consistent with the OC20, noting development pattern along the roadway, heavily concentrated with commercial uses, both commercial intensive as well as CG. Next slide, please. PGM tells you that given the pattern of CI districts, with some having use restrictions that permit some limited level of open storage, this proposed CIR with the limitation of open storage to only operable vehicles, it's consistent with the approved zoning pattern. Next slide, please. If you look at compatibility and those elements of compatibility, we would propose or indicate, in our opinion, that when you look at height, scale, mass, bulk of structures, these are all vehicles on the ground level. They're there for parking. There's no mechanical work. In regard to vehicular traffic, it's come and go. Access and parking will be on Causeway. We're adding landscaping on the scenic corridor. In terms of noise, odor, architecture, it certainly would be a use that we feel would be much more compatible than many other uses. Next slide, please. And thank you for your consideration. happy to answer questions you might have.
Mr. Pressman, could you tell me a little bit more about the use? And I understand this is standard zoning district, but you're talking about open storage of operable vehicles, and you said trucks. Are these tractor trailer trucks, pickup trucks, all kinds of trucks, and they're stored there? Why? Because HOAs don't want them in the community, or what? What is the?
Yeah, these type of vehicles, we'll answer first. Yes, these would be commercial vehicles. So a wide range of commercial vehicles, operable vehicles. And they're typically left there from job to job. Sometimes they go out for a trip for a few days, they come back. They're home for a few days, they come back. Some are every day. So it's a variety of different type of use, but the use is all specific for parking of operable vehicles. Because as you said, and as I indicated, it's not always so easy to find parking for these type of vehicles.
Right.
Did I answer your question?
Yes, thank you. And the additional condition the applicant has offered, and that just came up tonight, correct? It's not in the staff report.
That's correct.
And so you said no, I believe, mechanic work?
No mechanical work, no repair work. Again, we want to be very clear, the restriction and what this business is parking of vehicles.
Okay.
And that's it.
So to be clear, then no vehicle repair work on site?
Absolutely correct.
Okay. Have you presented a language for that condition?
Just what I did in the PD, which was item number 4, a restriction would be no mechanical work.
Okay.
And Madam Chair, we can provide an updated report incorporating additional restriction.
Okay. Thank you. All right, Mr. Pressman, that's the only questions I have. Thank you. All right, development services.
Okay. Good evening. Chris Kralinaut again, presenting for 21-1220. The applicant is requesting to rezone from existing commercial neighborhood to commercial intensive restricted. The location is at 6910 Causeway Boulevard in Tampa, located on the southwest corner of Causeway Boulevard and South 70th Street. It's in the urban service area and located in the Greater Palm River Plan area. Future land use is OC20. Subject parcel is OC20. Adjacent to the north is Res 9, and adjacent to the south is Res 6. Commercial neighborhood zoning. The zoning districts immediately to the north are PD 17016. Commercial intensive and CG. To the south, it's ASC 1. To the east, it's commercial intensive restricted, and to the west, it's RSC 4 and CG. The uses are commercial neighborhood currently with a mathematical maximum of 31,886 square feet. And the proposed commercial intensive restricted zoning with a 47,829 square feet mathematical maximum. The area is located on a principal arterial that consists of commercial and single-family uses. The subject parcel is directly adjacent to single-family residential and commercial to the west, and single-family residential to the south. The purpose of the rezoning is to allow for the open storage of operable vehicles. To address potential compatibility concerns with the adjacent residential uses and zoning district, the applicant has offered restrictions to mitigate the compatibility concerns. Number 1, the only property used would be for the open storage of operable vehicles. And number 2, the property would provide an opaque 6-foot fencing around any of the vehicle parking use area, which is required by code already. Number 3, in light of that Causeway Boulevard is a scenic corridor, the applicant will provide, along with the fencing already proposed, along the front of the property toward and in view of Causeway Boulevard, a hedgerow of 3 feet high when planted and a shade trees planted 20 feet on center, which is a little bit more restricted than the current is for scenic corridor. And number 4, no mechanical work of any kind, which was proposed just by Mr. Pressman, which we will add to the report. Staff notes the Land Use Development Code provides for solid screening of all project boundaries when open storage is the principal use of the site. Therefore, the second proposed restriction is not necessary. And the third restriction is proposed to provide in lieu of the scenic corridor, which I mentioned. Nonetheless, after the submittal of the proposed restrictions by the applicant, the Planning Commission finds that the proposed use is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan, since open storage of operable vehicles is a commercial intensive use, which is discouraged east of Maydale Drive and along Causeway Boulevard per the Greater Palm River Area Community Plan. As mentioned by Mr. Pressman, there are CI restricted districts that are similar to his case. East of Maydale Drive between 66th Street and 76th Street to the east includes 4 CI zoning districts. To the west is CI at 66th Street and Causeway, which has no restrictions. To the immediate east, across 70th Street, is a parcel zones commercial intensive restricted, which has use restrictions but allows for open storage of operable vehicles at a contractor's office with open storage. Adjacent to the east of rezoning 10-0083 is commercial intensive restricted, also with use restrictions that include no open storage except for storage of 6 construction cranes. Finally, the 4th parcel is a commercial intensive restricted district, which has use restrictions and permits accessory open storage to the principal use furthermore, there is commercial intensive parcel, no restrictions on the north side of Causeway across the subject parcel, which appears to be zoning conformance commercial intensive district given the underlying RS9 comprehensive plan. Given this above described pattern of commercial intensive districts, with some having use restrictions that permit some limited level of open storage, the proposed commercial intensive restricted district with a limitation of open storage to only operable vehicles is consistent with this approved zoning pattern. Based on the OC20 future land use classification, the surrounding zoning and development pattern, and the proposed uses development standards for the commercial intensive restricted zoning district, staff finds the request approvable with the restrictions mentioned previously. I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. All right, Planning Commission?
Hi, this is Jillian Massey, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the Office Commercial 20 Future Land Use category. It's located in the urban service area and within the limits of the Greater Palm River Community Plan. Future Land Use Element Objective 16 and its accompanying policies require the protection of the established neighborhoods and that proposed development be compatible with the development pattern of the surrounding area. The applicant has proposed restricting the CI uses similar to the restrictions on the CI site located to the east. The restrictions would be to limit the open storage of operable vehicles only. The applicant has also proposed a 6-foot opaque fence around the vehicle parking area and a hedgerow at 3 feet high when planted and shade trees planted 20 feet on center along the front of the property. According to policy 16.10, compatibility does not mean the same as, rather it refers to the sensitivity of the development proposals and maintaining the character of the existing development. The subject site is located directly north of single-family residential uses, and a highly intense use such as open storage presents a compatibility concern as it does not demonstrate the gradual transition of uses as directed by FLU policy 16.2. Objective 18 and policy 18.1 recognizes the importance of the adopted community plans in guiding the growth and land use vision for specified areas in unincorporated Hillsborough County. In this case, the subject site is located within the limits of the adopted Greater Palm River Community Plan, which discourages commercial intensive uses east of Maydell Drive along Causeway Boulevard. The proposed use, while being restricted, remains a CI use. Although the applicant has proposed restrictions similar to the existing CIR site to the east, it is difficult to base a current consistency finding on a rezoning that was approved over 11 years ago. Furthermore, supporting a current proposal as an exception on that basis alone further contributes to a development pattern along Causeway Boulevard that is discouraged within the adopted community plan. Goal 9 and policies 9.12 and 9-1.3 of the community design component of the future land use element encourages the design of commercial uses to complement the existing commercial character of the community and limit the expansion of a strict commercial character. Policy 9-1.3 encourages new commercial uses to locate in commercial redevelopment areas and activity centers. Approving a CIR rezoning on the basis of the existing CIR zoning to the east would further encourage a strict pattern of commercial development along Causeway Boulevard. Moreover, the subject site is not within an identified commercial node or redevelopment area within the adopted community plan. As such, it does not meet the intent of Goal 17 of the community design component, which encourages a commercial character that enhances the county's ambience. Placing CI uses where they are discouraged by a community plan does not further the commercial character of the area and only serves to undermine the vision of the community plan. The proposed rezoning is inconsistent with the Greater Palm River Area Community Plan. The subject site is located east of Maydell Drive along Causeway Boulevard, which is a designated scenic corridor. Strategy 14A2 under Goal 5 of the Planning and Economic Growth section of the community plan discourages commercial intensive uses east of Maydell Drive. While there is a CIR zoning designation to the east of the site across 70th Street that permits open storage and operable vehicles, the staff report found this use consistent in 2010 did not make mention of the limitation in the community plan. It is difficult for staff to assess the conditions under which the report was written over 10 years ago, and the Planning Commission staff must base their current rezoning review on all adopted policy language in the comprehensive plan. The aforementioned community plan discouraging commercial intensive uses east of Maydell Drive is clearly written and requires no interpretation. Moreover, a single previous rezoning cannot be the basis for current consistency findings, especially when Planning Commission has limited support for the open storage component east of Maydell Drive in more recent rezoning review consistency findings. The more recent proposals for open storage east of Maydell Drive that were found consistent were done so because the open storage was to be enclosed, located at a designated commercial node within the community plan, or consistent only as an interim use. To permit open storage use based on much earlier rezoning, despite evidence of more recent rezonings that limit open storage uses east of Maydell Drive, is inconsistent with the implementation of adopted policy direction. And based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning inconsistent with the future of Hillsborough comprehensive plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Massey. I have a couple of questions, please, for Planning Commission. Is the concern because this is a standard zoning district and other uses could come in other than the specific use that the applicant is intending, or is the concern both? Is it the open storage?
I think the basic, this was not my case, but the basis for the inconsistency finding is that there's clear policy language written in the community plan and planning commission staff just didn't feel that they could make a finding that went against what the policy direction was in the community plan, and all the other approvals for similar uses in this area were either interim uses or restricted, and that was the basis for the finding. I'm not sure on if this is, since this is just a standard rezoning, as you mentioned, you know, there's not a site plan to be reviewed. That may have been taken into consideration as part of the fact that, you know, other usage could be done. But again, the basis for the inconsistency finding was the clear policy direction in their community plan.
All right, that answers my question. Thank you. I'll review the community plan as well.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in support of this proposal?
We have Jacob Goldstein.
All right.
Oh, I'm the applicant. Todd is representing me.
All right, Mr. Goldstein, you're the applicant.
Madam Chair, I have a point of order. I'm sorry. Mr. Goldstein needs to put in the record per Brian requested, and we discussed, needs to put in the record that he's hired me to assist him with this application because he has been authorized by the owner. So I just wanted to ask Mr. Goldstein to go ahead and do so. I'm sorry for interrupting.
All right, Mr. Goldstein, please go ahead.
Yes, I authorize.
All right, you authorize Mr. Todd Pressman to present for you on your behalf this evening.
Correct.
All right.
Can he please state his name and address for the record?
All right, Mr. Goldstein, state your name and address for the record, please.
Jacob Goldstein, 800 East Baker, Tampa, Florida, 33603.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in opposition to this matter? Don't hear anyone. All right, development services, anything further?
Nothing further.
Mr. Pressman, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal and summation.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. I'm sorry for interrupting. The community plan does look at and consider mixed future land use designations along major corridors. There is a push by the community plan to recognize principal roadways, arterial roadways for those different types of uses. And it also notes in regard to improvements for appearance and safety on primary roadways, of which we are exceeding the scenic corridor requirements. And of course, fencing is required as well. So in regard to how the community plan looks at it, taking into account the considerable intensive uses along Causeway that have a long history there, that have existed for a long time and are currently throughout the Causeway area, we feel that's appropriate and meets the intent of the community plan and, as the staff has indicated, PGM and Planning Commission. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, this closes then the hearing on rezoning 21-1220.
Madam Hearing Officer, we usually take a break around 8 o'clock, so we know it's at 8 o'clock, so it might be a good time to take a quick.
All right, we're going to take a break and we'll recess till 8:05.
Will everyone please take their seats?
Would everyone please take their seats?
Please be seated. The meeting is going to continue. Thank you. Mr. Grady, please call the next case.
The next item on the agenda is agenda item D1, rezoning PD 21-0113. The applicant is WHR Valrico Station LLP. The request is rezone from RSC 6MH to PD to a planned development. Steve Beach will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Thank you, applicant.
Thank you. Thank goodness you have a couple computer guys here today to fix problems I create with computers. Madam Hearing Officer, for the record, again, Todd Pressman, 200 2nd Avenue South, number 451 in St. Petersburg, Florida. This is RZPD 21-0113. I have here this evening Mr. Sean Caston, who's our civil engineer, Mr. John Withers, he's with the ownership group of the Valrico Station Apartments. Next slide, please. So we're located out in the Valrico area on State Road 60. Next slide, please. And this is an aerial view of the community. Next slide, please. Planning Commission found a consistent PGM approvable per conditions. Next slide, please. The main function is to expand the existing Valrico Station apartments. So the issue is RSC 6 and PD all being put together into a new PD. So bottom line is we're adding 2.29 acres into 13.32 acres under the PD, which will result in 34 new units to be added to 200 which are existing. The new PD then would be 15.6 acres. And there's a height waiver for existing and adjacent uses. Next slide, please. So this is an aerial. This is per the property appraiser. The red lining is the existing apartment complex and the new areas. I'll point those out to you. Next slide, please. So the site under consideration is the triangle and little rectangle at the top. It's located between a rail line and the existing multifamily apartments. Next slide, please. And in red is the site under your, well, is the new area under your consideration, which is being added into phase 2 and phase 3 of a PD. The direction from Planning Commission was to put it all under one new PD. But the new area, the new use is the red, which is noted as 2 parcels currently zoned RSC 6 to be combined with the existing PD, which would be phase 4 of Valrico Station to add 34 units. Along with that, next slide, please. So 34 units on one side, and the rectangle would contain stormwater and parking only. Next slide, please. Aerial of the existing site, just to make you a little familiar with it. Next slide, please. And a bird's eye view of the development. Next slide, please. And it really is a beautiful development as you drive through it. A few photos just to make you aware. Next slide, please. It's really well upkept, a lot of greenery. Next slide, please. A lot of nice architecture. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. A proposed elevation, which is similar to what's existing at the site. Next slide, please. Current future land use map. Next, you'll see there's multifamily intensity and other intensities in the immediate area. Next slide, please. And zoning map. Next slide, please. PGM staff recommendation, given the overall compatibility, staff recommendation support. They note the immediate area consists of high density multifamily development south of State Road 60, which is where we are. Areas bounded by multifamily complex to the west. Next slide, please. I won't read all this, but PGM brings up some good points about economy to scale by incorporating these parcels. Internal roadways will access the parcels, extension from interior for water and sewer as well. and that's versus building new and separate facility. Next slide, please. Height waiver, PGM makes a very good point here that the request for a waiver is because it was included in the other development of the multifamily PD approval. It's adjacent to railroad line and the existing apartment complex, adjacent to a parcel that was previously in the south side existing, and its adjacency to existing PD conditions. Next slide, please. Planning Commission recommendation, they find the use and density be compatible. Its request to allow development that is consistent with goals, objectives, and policies. Next slide, please. Thank you for your consideration. We'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
All right, thank you. I have no
Thank you.
questions for you right now. All right, development services.
Good evening, Steve Beachy, Development Services. Trying to make sure that that I've shared my screen correctly. Can you see my screen?
No.
Okay. Apologize for that. How about that? No?
No, we still don't see your screen.
Okay.
If you open up your PowerPoint first and then go into WebEx and hit your share button.
Okay. I'll do that. I thought that I had done that, but
And when you click on the share button, do you see the screen with the PowerPoint presentation on it?
well, what I'm okay, I'm trying to get back to the WebEx screen. Okay. Now I do see that. Okay. How about that?
Yes, we
and
see
you
it.
can just go ahead and make that full screen. The slideshow.
Okay, I think I just apologize. Let's see.
So at the top of your screen, you can either go from the beginning underneath the file tab, or at the bottom right.
Well, I'm okay. It's really small on my screen, right? That's why I'm having, if I go to my other, I'm doing a second screen. How about that?
Yes.
Okay. Apologize for the technical difficulties there. The as Mr. Pressman presented, this is a PD, proposed PD for 15.6 acres in size. The existing zoning is PD 141098 and RSC 6. The location is south of State Road 60 between St. Cloud Avenue and Mulrennan Road. This parcel is, this PD is in the urban service area in the Valrico planning area. I've highlighted the existing PD 141098. And the parcel I just highlighted was the additional parcels that will be added. The parcel that I just highlighted shows a parcel that was added later in the process of preparing this PD. This will not be utilized for any apartments on that parcel because there would be in greater proximity to the other single family homes that are south of this complex. Also, I wanted to point out that there's a parcel to the west of the existing and proposed PD that's zoned RMC 20, which is part of the Valrico Station apartments. And the representative from the apartments could correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe they have 368 apartments with the RMC 20 and the PD combined. This is a companion piece to a comp plan amendment, comp plan amendment 21-01, and the existing adopted future land use for the parcels associated with this PD are Res 9 and Res 4. The proposed future land use is Res 20 and Res 4. I've highlighted here the piece that will be, if this comp plan amendment is approved, will be Res 20, and there's highlighting the parcel that will remain Res 4 if the comp plan amendment is approved. The proposed density of this project is 15 units per acre. Again, this project is located in a high intensity multifamily area there's another project to the west. I'm sorry, yeah, to the west. And the RMC 20 parcels to the west as well, located south of the CSX rail line and west of the CSX rail line, and north of single family, multifamily mobile home uses and single family parcels to the south of this project. We found this compatible because they're utilizing an economy of scale to support the 34 additional units, utilizing the internal roadways, access from State Road 60, existing access, and presumably they'll be using the same utility connections. The site is compatible due to proximity to like uses, and multifamily units will not be located where the project is most adjacent to single family homes. Staff finds the application approval with the conditions. We've carried over most of the conditions for PD 1098 into this current PD, incorporating 234 multifamily dwellings in the total PD with the 34 additional, and it's conditioned that no apartments will be constructed in the parcel that's was added to the south. It'll be utilized for stormwater and parking. I should also add that I believe Mr. Grady has a revised staff report and just some typos and changes that we added today, so that to make the application clear. And I'm available for any questions if you have any.
Thank you. I have no questions for you.
Thank you.
All right, Planning Commission.
Hi, this is Jillian Massey, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the residential 4 and residential 9 future land use category. An amendment is in process to change a portion of the site's future land use designation to residential 20. The site's located in the urban service area and not located within the limits of a community plan. The applicant is requesting a rezoning on the subject property from residential single family conventional 6 and plan development to a new plan development to allow for 234 multifamily units. The request is an allowable use and consistent with the Res 20 and Res 4 future land use classifications. The site is currently developed with 200 multifamily residential units. The addition of 34 units will be compatible with the surrounding development, meeting the intent of policies 16.3 and 16.8 of the future land use element that require new development to be compatible with the surrounding area in character, lot size, and density. In this case, the proposal is consistent with the development pattern in the area, which consists of both single family and multifamily residential. The subject site is within the urban service area and meets the intent of Objective 1 and Policies 1.2, which direct growth to be in the urban service area and for residential developments in the urban service area to meet a minimum density. The proposal for 234 multifamily dwelling units based on the residential 4 and residential 20 future land use category, and with an acreage of 15.6, a minimum of 224 units would need to be developed to meet minimum density. And based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposal consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to conditions proposed by the Department of Development Services. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone here tonight or online who wishes to speak in support of this matter? Don't see anyone. Is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in opposition to this item? All right, don't see anyone or hear anyone. All right, development services, anything further?
Nothing further.
Okay. Applicant, did you have anything further? You have 5 minutes.
We appreciate your consideration. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pressman. That will close the hearing on PD rezoning 21-0113.
The next item is agenda item D2, major mod application 21-0313. The applicant is Bullfrog MHC LLC. The request is for a major modification of existing plan development. Tim Lampkin will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Good evening, Madam Zoning Hearing Master. My name is Matt Newton of the law firm Shoemaker, Loop & Kendrick, 101 East Kennedy Boulevard, Suite 2800 here in Tampa, Florida. Here on behalf of the applicant, what we have tonight is a straightforward infill bonus density request for an existing mobile home park. We're generally located here in Gibsonton. This is 75. This is Sims Road. This is Bay Road going north and south, located north of Sims Road. The existing future land use designation is R6 with a maximum density of 6 dwelling units per acre without the density bonus. Here's our zoning. We're zone PD. When you look at this, you can see the existing zoning pattern is a lot of mobile home overlays approved in the 80s and 90s. To the west, you have RSC6 mobile home overlay. Northeast, RSC6 mobile home overlay as well. A 1991 PD, which consists of existing mobile home units. And then to the west, of course, in 1988 RSC6 with a mobile home overlay. So a little bit of history here. This mobile home park was last entitled in 1985 for 40 dwelling units, which was the maximum of 6 dwelling units per acre at the time. Since then, many things happened. This area here that I'm pointing to was a obsolete water treatment plant, which is now just vacant. To the north here, this is an existing recreational facility, and then a lot of vacant land as well, currently being underused. Of course, since '85, there's been a lot of innovations in urban planning. Hillsborough County adopted the infill density bonus to incentivize infill dwelling residential development under certain conditions. And of course, at the moment, we're facing a historic housing crisis. So what we're seeing in the private sector is a lot of folks taking a look at their real estate inventory and seeing how they can apply this density bonus to maximize housing stock. So here is what the proposal is: 6 dwelling units within the obsolete water treatment area, 3 to the north. A few quirks and features here. Of course, since 1985, there's been a push for connectivity, especially pedestrian connectivity. So talking with staff, we are going to add a pedestrian connection here. This is a bounding box. We're going to, before certification, move this arrow because it is a little confusing. It shows an arrow going right through somebody's driveway. But subject to engineering, this will be anywhere within the bounding box. We're going to provide a conceptual idea. One is included in the staff report. And of course, adding a new sidewalk here along the right-of-way of Sims Road to be consistent with our push towards pedestrian connectivity in general. I'm here to answer any questions, but for the most part, this is a straightforward request.
Okay, thank you very much. Development Services?
Hello, Tim Lampkin here, Development Services. I'm just going to pull up my presentation. Oops. Oh, I think that you can see it now, if you could confirm.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Oops. All right, it's not moving forward. Hold on, please. Sorry. All right, so the request is to modify a planned development. It's to allow an increase from 40 to 49 mobile home units. The subject site is located north of Sims Road and Messler Road intersection. It is located in the urban service area, and it's also located in the Gibsonton Community Plan area. The surrounding uses include a mix of uses. There's RSC6. There's the arrow on the screen should be pointing at to the subject site, but it's actually pointing to the mobile home park that abuts the eastern property boundary. And south across Sims Road are single family homes. To the west are additional mobile homes. And to the northwest are mobile homes on single family tracts. As an overview, as the applicant stated, initially this was rezoned, or this became a PD in 1985. In 1992, it was rezoned, amended to increase the density from 30 to 40 with conditions. A number of those conditions are coming forward with the application, and essentially the increases from 40 to 49 mobile homes. Here's the site plan that you've already seen. And as the applicant stated, staff kind of showed probably a more likely proposed conceptual pedestrian path to Honeywell to the north. And you can see the delineation, the 3 new mobile homes on the northern section and the 6 in the center, also pointing out the proposed sidewalk to the south of the property. Staff also wants to note you should have received an amendment. Conditions 3 and 18 are existing conditions that were just updated to reflect the new code reference. Condition 9 was updated to allow a partial boardwalk sidewalk if needed at site and development. And that is in the upper right-hand corner of the slide. The staff does find that the proposed development meets the intent of the policies, goals, and objectives of the comp plan. The project meets the standards, the development standards, and is found to be compatible with nearby development patterns. And the proposed project with the existing scale restrictions and conditions may be found approvable. Therefore, staff finds the request approvable. And that concludes staff's presentation, unless you have any questions.
Don't have any questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Planning Commission.
Hi, this is Jillian Massey, Planning Commission staff. The property is located in the residential 6 future land use designation. It's located in the urban service area and within the limits of the Gibsonton and South Shore area-wide systems plan community plans. The applicant's requesting to utilize future land use element policy 23.5 density bonus provision to increase density on the subject property. The subject property is currently allowed to be considered for up to 40 dwelling units on the subject property. To provide the additional 9 mobile home units on this park, the applicant is requesting the residential density bonus for infill development prescribed by policy 23.5 of the Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan's future land use element. The applicant asserts that parcel qualifies for the following reasons. The property is located in the urban service area. The property is located along Sims Road, which is classified as a collector. The introduction of 9 additional dwelling units is compatible with the area's growing single-family development pattern. The site of the requested bonus is within 660-foot distance from Sims Road, and the bonus will result in residential infill within an existing developed urbanized area that is residential in character. The application requests 9 additional mobile homes in addition to the previously approved 40 homes on the subject site. Planning Commission staff has reviewed the application and determined that the site is eligible to receive the density bonus to the next highest future land use category as outlined in policy 23.5. The next highest category is residential 9, which would allow for up to 57 dwelling units on the property. The site's located within the urban service area where the majority of growth is required to be directed per future land use objective 1 and 1.4. The property is also located along and within 660 feet and is perpendicular to Sims Road, which is consistent with policy direction. Future Land Use Element Policy 23.5 also encourages higher density development along arterial and collector roadways. The additional 9 units will contribute to the residential development pattern in the area and provide infill residential development in the area. The lots within the general vicinity are predominantly residential. Therefore, the proposed residential use is consistent with the overall character of the area. The proposed modification would facilitate residential development comparable to the development pattern in the surrounding area. Mobile home parks are located to the west, east, and north of the site, while vacant and single-family lots surround the property as well. The proposed mobile homes would complement the suburban and neighborhood commercial development pattern within the general vicinity. Future Land Use Element Policy 16.7 in unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan requires residential neighborhoods to include an efficient system of internal circulation and street stub-outs to connect to adjacent neighborhoods together. The applicant is providing access to Sims Road, which facilitates connectivity in the area, which is developed predominantly with single-family lots. Hillsborough County transportation staff are not requiring vehicular connectivity to Honeywell Road, as it would not provide substantial vehicular connectivity to the community or any significant non-residential uses. Vehicular access is not required per the LDC Land Development Code, which only necessitates the single connection to serve the proposed development. Furthermore, the existing mobile home community is not subdivided, and the new homes are not anticipated to be constructed on subdivided lots. In addition, access to Honeywell Road would redirect traffic back to Sims Road, which is the proposed primary access. The request satisfies the intent of policies 16.3 and 16.7 with regard to roadway connectivity. Overall, Planning Commission staff finds that the proposed modification is compatible with the surrounding area. The request would encourage residential development that complements the surrounding character and promotes housing diversity in the Gibsonton and South Shore area-wide systems community plan area. The application also demonstrates compliance with interconnectivity policy and promotes infill development within the area. The proposed development satisfies the intent of the goals, objectives, and policies of the future land use element of the incorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan. And based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposal consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to conditions proposed by the Department of Development Services. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak as a proponent in support of this item? Don't see anyone. Is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in opposition to this item? All right, don't see anyone. Development Services, do you have anything further?
Nothing further.
Thank you. Applicant, did you have anything? You have 5 minutes.
No rebuttal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, that closes the hearing on major modification 21-0313.
The next item is agenda item D3, major modification application 21-0865. The request is the applicant is D. Marguerite Estate, Lin Yu Fang. The request is for a major modification of existing plan development. Tim Lampkin will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
All right, applicant.
Yes, good evening, Ms. Hatley. How are you doing?
Thank you, Mr. Gardner.
So we've got a couple people here that were not sworn. If we need to swear them in.
Yes, would you raise your hand, please? Those who need to be sworn, please raise your hand. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. We've got a PowerPoint that we'll pull up right now.
I do need you to state your name and address for the record, please.
Sure. Truett Gardner, 400 North Ashley Drive. So next slide. Here on behalf of ABC Capital and Wingspan, and then with me is the team from Kinley Horn and Megan Smith. And we filed this application back in May and revised our site plan in September, and here we are tonight. Site details on this one, we are just east of the intersection of 75 and Big Bend. As you may be aware, Big Bend is about to undergo a $97 million improvement to it, and then Big Bend itself is going to be widened. And so we are west of the intersection of Simmons Loop and south of Big Bend. Our property is comprised of 2 parcels totaling just under 12 acres. The site is currently vacant. It's in the urban service area. And then surrounding it, which I think is the great opportunity here, is a big employment base with the St. Joe's Hospital immediately to the east of our site. And then if you were to pull the lens back some, there is, especially to the east, a high level of restaurants and other commercial uses, and then a multitude of single-family developments. So really the one thing that's lacking is multifamily in this area. There is a multifamily development to our south, but that's the only one in the area. And so we feel that with that addition would really provide a sense of community to this area and would really tie it together. Next slide. The proposal is multifamily, and then on the west side of the property, which looking at that aerial is the right side of the property that you're looking at there, we're proposing a 1.4 acre dog park. Is that right? 211 units total, 58 feet in height. Our front yard setback, which is along Big Bend, is 25 feet. And there is a small, it has not been delineated yet, but a small wetland on the site. And we would be willing, with respect to that, once it is delineated, to place a conservation easement over it. And the staff recommendation from the Planning Commission is consistent, and then from Development Services, approvable with conditions. And with that, I'll turn things over to Matt, and he's going to go through the waiver justification, and then we've got Addie on the transportation side, who's going to run through a couple of elements of the site plan.
Good evening. My name is Matt Femel with Kinley Horn, and I'm located at 655 North Franklin Street in Tampa, Florida. And we have been working with staff to develop our plan consistent with the Land Development Code. We are requesting a variance for a reduction in the buffer width on the northern shared access drive that comes in from Simmons Loop Road. We're requesting a variance reduction from 20 feet type B buffer to a 5 foot type A buffer. And the buffer reduction will allow for a shared access road to be placed in a location that can serve a future development in the hard corner. And the variance is only being requested where the adjacent parcel butts the proposed stormwater pond and not where the adjacent parcel butts any type of residential. And the second request, we are requesting a waiver to waive the additional building setback of 2 feet for every 1 foot of building height over 20 feet. Our zoning request is for a 4 foot structure with a building height of 58 feet. And the building height will not have an impact on any of the adjacent uses. The site is surrounded by submerged lowlands to the west, Big Bend Road to the north, the hospital to the east, and an existing multifamily development to the south. That existing multifamily development to the south was constructed at a building height of 58 feet, which is the same height that we're requesting. In addition, there are elevations that drops across the street, so the site is actually sitting 6 to 10 feet below the height of the intersection, which reduces the viewable height of the buildings as you're going through the intersection. So those are the two variants, or the one variance and waiver request that we have as part of the PD zoning. All the other areas of the site are compatible with the land development code.
Good evening. My name is Addie Clark with Kinley Horn, 655 North Franklin Street in Tampa, Florida. As Matt said, we've been working with staff, particularly on the transportation aspect of this site. As you can see here, this is the site plan that we are proposing. We are proposing to have two driveways, one right in, right out driveway along Big Bend Road, and one right in, right out driveway along Simmons Loop Road. The driveways will not be gated, and we have met with both Hillsborough County and FDOT multiple times regarding these access points. As you can see here, this slide shows the trip generation potential of the currently allowed use of the site, which is in the blue, compared to the proposed use of the site, which is the residential dwelling units and the community public dog park. And those trips are shown in orange. The proposed plan, as you can see, generates far fewer trips than what is currently allowed by right, as shown on this slide, as well as in the staff report. Thank you.
And with that, this is the dog park that we referenced. It's on the west side of the site, a concept of it. And as Addie mentioned, I failed to say that the site is an existing PD zone for 40,000 square feet of commercial. And so our request is a major modification to eliminate the commercial use on this property and exchange that 40,000 square feet with 211 multifamily units. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you. I don't have any questions for you just yet. Development services, please.
Hello, Tim Lampkin, Development Services. I'm going to bring up the PowerPoint. All right, you all can see it? Yes. Okay, the proposal is to modify Plan Development 16-0209, and this is to allow multifamily residential development with 211 units and a 1.17 acre community dog park. The location is in red. It's located off of Big Bend and Simmons Loop. It's approximately 900 feet west of the I-75 interchange. It's located in the urban service area. It's also located in the Riverview Community Plan area. The future land use designation is urban mixed use 20. It's surrounded on all sides by UMU 20. Further away, there is Res 6 to the northwest and office commercial to the southeast. The maximum density in UMU 20 is 20 dwelling units per acre. Mixed use development and residential are both typical uses. And the UMU 20 is required to have more than one use, which the applicant does. The zoning and surrounding uses, to the northeast is a vacant commercial. It's a CG, and that is the location that the applicant is requesting the variance. Directly east of the subject site is St. Joseph's Hospital. To the south is a multifamily PD that was approved in 2015, 400 unit development. And to the west is agricultural rural, developed, as you can see, with an artificial lake. And so here's a close-up of the variation that's being requested of 6.06.00 landscaping and buffering. They're requesting to reduce it from 20 feet in type B screening to a 5 foot in type A screening. And this is actually where they're proposing an access point from the development to Simmons Loop. And then the waiver is for the additional setback of 2 feet for every foot over 20 feet for their front, rear, and side yard setbacks. And here is the site plan. It will be it's conditioned, if approved, limited to 211 multifamily residential units, a 1.17 acre dog park that's located on the western portion of the site. You'll notice here are the cross access points, cross access to the 400 unit multi-development to the south, and cross access to the commercial general when that develops. There are also two access points, access off of Big Bend and Simmons Loop, and shown by the red, and the dog park to the left. And the red that just popped up are wayfinders, because this is the dog park is a community use that's being proposed that won't just be for the development. Staff does find the request approvable. It satisfies the goals, objectives, and policies of the Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan. It does the proposed development meets the existing scale. Restrictions may be found to be compatible with nearby development patterns, and with the proposed development standards, existing scale and restrictions may be found approvable with conditions. That concludes staff's presentation, unless there are any questions.
No questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Planning Commission?
Hi, this is Jillian Massey, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the Urban Mixed Use 20 Future Land Use Designation. It's located in the urban service area and within the limits of the Riverview and South Shore area-wide systems plan. The applicant is requesting a modification to PD 16-0209 for the purpose of developing 211 multifamily units and a dog park, with an acreage of 10.57 reserved for the multifamily residential within the urban mixed use 20 category. The site plan can be considered for up to a maximum of 211 residential units. The applicant is maximizing the residential units that can be considered on the site. The requested use can be considered within and is consistent with the UMU 20 future land use category. Future Land Use Element Policy 19.1 states that there's a requirement for 2 land uses for properties 10 acres or greater in the UMU 20 land use category. Furthermore, according to Policy 19.1, at least 10% of the total square footage of the building must be designated for a second use. The request is meeting the intent of this policy direction by providing a 1.17 acre civic use, specifically a dog park that will be open to the public, and multifamily residential uses. Additionally, there are internal vehicular and pedestrian connections between the 2 uses to meet the intent of this policy. The proposed modification is consistent with the comprehensive plan. The site's located in the urban service area as per policy 1.2 of the future land use element. These sites are to be developed at a minimum of 75% of the allowable density for the land use classification. This request is meeting the intent of policy 1.2 by providing well over 158 units. As per conditions, the design of the site will include wayfinding so that the public is aware of the civic use, meeting the intent of policy 35.4 of the future land use element. The site's located within the limits of the Riverview Community Plan, specifically within the residential district. The proposed development would support the vision of the Riverview Community Plan by developing residential uses. Overall, the proposed major modification would provide for a development pattern that is comparable to the mixed-use development pattern within the surrounding area and meets the intent of the mixed-use policies as well as the vision of the Riverview Community Plan. And based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposal consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to conditions proposed by the Department of Development Services. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Is there anyone here tonight or online who wishes to speak in support of this item?
Hi, Derek Seckinger, 12325 Terracina Chase Court in Tampa. And I'm here actually to speak on behalf of the two owners of the large parcel, Mrs. Lynn and Mr. and Mrs. Lee. And I would like to say that there's been a lot of concern and care that has gone into the choosing of the developer. There are a lot of offers on the property. And this is developer we've vetted out. And they build really nice projects and in the area. And I think the area is really in need of housing, and especially multifamily. There's been so much development that's been down the road further as far as commercial goes, the hospital development, et cetera, without much development in residential. So there's a high need in the area. And that's it. I would just ask that staff would support it.
Thank you. All right. Please be sure to sign in with the clerk. Thank you. All right. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak in opposition to this item? One online? Nope. Don't see anyone or hear anyone. All right. Development Services, do you have anything further?
Just a note for the record, we did hand out revisions to the report to correct a typo regarding the staff recommendation.
Thank you. All right, applicant.
The only thing I'll add is we really like Tim's addition of the dogs on the site plan, and we plan on amending ours to include this.
So applicant, I have just a question for you. I did follow your presentation, but I didn't quite understand the justification for the reduction in the buffering and screening. So if you could just speak to that briefly, please.
Do we submit a memo to?
Yeah, so the code currently requires 25-foot building height or 25-foot setback along the front property. And then it requires an additional 2 foot of building setback for every 1 foot of building height over 20 feet. So we're proposing right now a 58-foot building, which would have additional setback in addition to the 25 foot that's already established. Typically what we've found is that those additional building sites are building setback because of building height is due to the higher building not being compatible with adjacent uses. Like it could be in a single family residential area, or it could be in an area with low adjacent properties. This one, we're saying that we're compatible with adjacent uses. There's not a use next to us because it's existing artificial stormwater pond. The buildings to the south of us are already at the same height that we're requesting. Those are at 58 feet. To the north of us is Big Bend Road, and then to the east of us is Simmons Loop Road, and then also the hospital. So that our building height, because of it's compatible with the uses and there's not a low-lying property adjacent, that we're requesting a waiver for that additional building setback. And what that would do is that would squeeze the apartment complex to the middle of the site. We are providing an additional setback than what is required by code. The code right now is 25 feet, and you can see our building envelope in the middle of the site, which restricts us to about 70-foot setback from the front of the property. So we are exceeding the additional 25 feet. We're just requesting a waiver for the 2 feet for each additional foot over the 20-foot height.
Okay, and actually, I don't think that was the one I was asking about. It's the 5-foot buffer with type A screening.
Oh, so we are required to provide a shared access road or shared access connection to that property to at the northeast corner of the site. It's intended to be a future commercial property, or it has the potential to be a future commercial property. And the required buffer is 20 feet. We're requesting for a reduction in the buffer size down to 5 feet. That allows us to move that access road closer to their property so that we can provide that shared access connection. In addition, the 20-foot buffer is determined from residential use to commercial use. We're not putting residential buildings in that property. We're putting a stormwater pond in that property. And the matrix table, when it shows commercial to commercial, although we are residential, when it shows commercial to commercial, is actually a 0 buffer requirement. So what we're asking is, because we're not placing any residential buildings in that property, that we don't have to provide the full 20-foot buffer separation. That'll also allow us to place that road closer to that future commercial development. Will allow us to provide a better and closer shared access connection.
Okay, I understand. Thank you. That's what I needed. Anything further from the applicant?
No, Ms. Hadley, the only thing I would say, Matt did a great job of explaining that, but we also have in the record, and hopefully in your package as well, a memo dated September 23rd on specific criteria to the variation and the waiver justification. Should
Okay.
you want to look at that too.
I'm sure I will see it. Thank you.
Perfect. That's all we have. Thank you for your time.
All right. So that will close the hearing then on major modification 21-0865.
The next item is agenda item D4, major mod application 21-0877. The applicant is Lennar Homes LLC with Hill, Ward, and Henderson. The request is for a major modification of existing plan development. Michelle Hine will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Good evening, Cami Corbett with the law firm of Hill, Ward, and Henderson, 101 East Kennedy Boulevard, Suite 3700. I'm not certain if everyone, I have been sworn, but I'm not certain that everyone on our team was sworn. If any of you were not sworn, could you let me know and identify yourself? Sure.
Has everybody been sworn?
No.
All right, if you've not been sworn,
No.
stand and raise your hand, please. If anyone's online who needs to be sworn, raise your hand, please. All right. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, thank
Yes,
you.
I do.
Thank you very much.
Great, thank
All right,
you.
Ms. King.
And we do have a PowerPoint presentation. Okay. And start with the second slide, please. There you go. This is the subject property. You'll see the location is east of Dale Mabry Highway and north of Idlewild Baptist Church. You'll see the Baptist Church there directly to the south. You'll also see there's an ALF structure that is there, and then that vacant property that's on the western boundary is approved for multifamily and a PD. This land is owned by the Gerasi family and has been owned by them since the 1930s. It was originally rezoned in 2000, so it has been zoned for 205 single-family homes since 2000, so 21 years. And this proposed modification provides an opportunity to preserve the Gerasi homestead, which is located in the southeast corner of the site. Next slide. This is the approved site plan for 205 single-family units. There were 4 villages with a range of lot sizes. They were 5,000, 10,000, and a quarter-acre lot. And then on the northern portion of the site, there were 2 estate lots approved for 10,000 square feet lots. And there was lake access for both Village A and Village D. Next slide. This is the proposed site plan. You'll see we are proposing 198 single-family homes with 193 in Village AB, and those are 5,500 square foot lots, and then 5 in Villages C and D, and those are minimum 1-acre lots. This plan converts 25.5 acres back to the rural development standards of the AS1 zoning district, and we are providing lakes access only to those rural lots. Next slide. Like to direct you to some key findings in the staff reports by both Development Services and the Planning Commission. This proposed plan is in keeping with the area's vision for semi-rural development. They find that Village AB serves as a transition between those intense suburban development to the west and to the large lots to the east, specifically that multifamily and ALF I pointed out in that first aerial. And then Village C and D now provide a less dense development pattern. And also the clustering we're proposing is both encouraged and consistent with the Lutz community plan. And finally, they found that the development has been reorientated to leave more natural lands undisturbed. Next slide. We have no objections by any reviewing agency, and the Planning Commission has found it consistent both with the comprehensive plan and the Lutz community plan. And the Planning Commission has also finds the proposed plan to be compatible with the surrounding area subject to conditions, and Development Services has found it approvable. Next slide. As you can tell from the room, we have a lot of community interest in this development. We had a community-wide meeting at the Residence Inn. Unfortunately, there are no large meeting spaces in this immediate area, so we were about 10 miles away in what's called Lutz, but it's really Land O'Lakes in Pasco County. We then followed that up by a community meeting on the property, Mr. Darassi's property, on September 25th, and we've had multiple one-on-one meetings with various neighbors and the leadership of the Wilson Circle Neighborhood Association. And you'll hear this evening that there are mixed feelings. Some people support, some people do not. But one universal concern that we have heard is the full access point that is proposed on Wilson Circle. We originally submitted the application with emergency access only, but revised the site plan at staff's request based on their current interconnectivity policies. And so the site plan does reflect that full access connection. And then the other universal concern that we did hear was drainage. So I'd like to at this time have Steve Henry come up and address the traffic issues, and Joe Simino, our civil engineer, will address some of the drainage issues.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, I can't see a timer to keep track of.
You have 11 minutes, a little over 11 minutes.
Ms. Corbett.
He's pulling up the Elmo. Steve Henry, Links and Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa 33607. We conducted the traffic analysis for the project. We did it both with and without the access to Wilson Circle. The PD, the approved PD, and I've highlighted here in yellow, certainly has 4 accesses to Crystal Lake Road. The modification that's before you tonight, we have reduced that to 2 access points onto Crystal Lake Boulevard. As indicated, the current PD is approved for 205. We're proposing 198, which is actually a net reduction. So there's actually a net reduction in the amount of traffic that would be generated by the project. Crystal Lake Road, according to the Hillsborough County Roadways Functional Classification Map, is a local road. And based on that, there actually is no criteria for us to provide left turn lane, or no requirement for us to provide turn lanes at our project driveway. However, the developer has committed to providing a left turn lane on Crystal Lake Road into the project as a part of the development of the project. In addition to that, we have asked for a design exception to Crystal Lake Road. This is the TS7 standards that we have to meet for Crystal Lake Road. The only aspect of the road that the roadway does not, or TS7, the roadway does not meet today, and this is a picture of the road, is actually the shoulders. The lane widths meet it, and the shoulders, instead of being 5-foot paved, are 4-foot paved. But that is really the only aspect of the road that does not meet the current design standards. This is just another picture of the road. Now, what the developer is committed to do is to construct the sidewalk on the north side of Crystal Lake Road from Exciting Idlewild all the way to Jarossi Road. That's to mitigate for the 1 foot of shoulder. Then, in addition to that, as we'd indicated, we submitted the original application with emergency access to Wilson Circle. That analysis was done with assuming that we only had the access to Crystal Lake Road for the 193 units that will be on the west side of the project. Based on our analysis, without the access to Wilson Circle, the Crystal Lake access will operate acceptable level of service. In addition to that, we're providing the left turn lane, which again is above and beyond what the code would require for that access. So from our standpoint, we don't believe that the access to Wilson Circle is necessary from a transportation standpoint. And then finally, as far as if it has to go forward with the full access, we have asked for an administrative variance to Wilson Circle, and that has been deemed approvable, as well as the design exception for Crystal Lake. And that concludes my presentation, unless you've got any questions.
No questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep. Appreciate your help.
Thank you. Good evening. Joe Semino with WRA Engineering, 4260 West Linebaugh Avenue, 33624. Normally, we don't get this deep into the weeds on drainage during during this type of a hearing, but it's so important to making this project successful and doing it right that we decided to get into the weeds a little bit. In January, we met with the Water Management District, but then in August, we had our first community meeting, and then in September, we met with the residents on 3 separate occasions. My primary component of that meeting was just to gather as much drainage information as I could. Those are meetings out on site. Those were meetings in neighbors' yards, meetings where the water actually flows. After we gathered enough data in October, we actually met with the county stormwater staff, both the operation and maintenance folks and the stormwater management folks, and the regulatory folks. And then after that, we met with the neighbors again to basically go over our findings. So the key was to learn as much as we possibly could, and nobody knew more what was going on out there than the neighbors. So at this point, I feel like we know where it floods, how it floods, and why it floods, in huge part to the neighbors' help. Because of that, looking at our site plan here, water gets out of this Lake Pearl bowl, but not very effectively, but it certainly does. There's some pipes that leave the site this way, and they don't convey very well, and once the water gets past them, it conveys it even less well. But that's a certain type of design criteria called peak sensitive, where water doesn't leave very well. We're going to pretend like those pipes don't exist in our design, and we're going to design to something called volume sensitive. There's a couple different options of how to do that, and but that's the level which we're going to adhere to. And because of that, you can see on this site plan, we've got an enormous pond percentage. Some of these ponds are stormwater attenuation. Some of these ponds are floodplain compensation, but there's a substantial percentage dedicated to it, much more over and above than a typical project that would have adequate drainage capacity. We've also we've also moved much of the water management district to the north here, basically to, one, it really wants to be there, but two, it also provides a very nice buffer for everything to the north up in that area there. And we'll be discharging sort of midstream down into Lake Pearl as opposed to directly towards the areas that flood. So we're basically we're actually going to take water out of the equation that's attributing to the flooding now versus slow it down versus let it go just how it was and not make it any worse. We're actually going to take water out of the equation. So in a 100-year storm, maybe better, definitely shouldn't be any different, but on any storm less than 100-year, there should be an improvement involved in the situation.
I have some questions for you. First of all, on that map, could you point out to me the areas that are complaining about flooding now?
Well, let's do this. This is where water leaves. However, these pipes and the swales beyond them don't convey water very well.
And I'm sorry, the water leaves from that green, the wetland area toward that, I guess it's a pond?
Yes.
Okay.
This is Lake Thomas up here.
Okay.
This is Lake Pearl here. Thank you. This is Lake Thomas here to the north. This is Lake Pearl. Our property currently drains into Lake Pearl. Think of Lake Pearl like a big bowl.
Right.
The only way for it to get out is to two pipes here, and then beyond those 2 pipes are swales through neighbors' yards. They are drainage experts because they've actually seen it in action. But these pipes and these swales don't adequately convey it, mainly because of the swales beyond the pipes. And what ends up happening is Gerasi Road ends up overtopping.
Okay.
Right. So what we're going to do is we're going to hold back some of that water so the pipes and the swales aren't as overwhelmed as they are now. And we're actually looking at potential improvements downstream.
And could you point to me on that map there where the proposed development is?
Yes, this is essentially the PD boundary.
Okay.
What you're looking at is a conceptual site plan that we have generated based on what we're requesting in villages A and B. And the stormwater that would be required to meet the volume sensitive criteria within village A and B. So you can see we've moved the density as part of the PD as far west as we could.
So is it your testimony then that the design that you have will compensate for the stormwater, offset the stormwater that your development will create or will need to compensate for, but will also help the flooding situation as it is now?
That's typically what volume-sensitive design ends up doing because you end up holding back the 100-year storm.
Okay,
So, yes,
understand.
that's the intent.
I understand. And that's what you're designing the system for?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
I've been asked to touch on utilities real quick. Thanks, appreciate it. All right, touching on utilities real quick. Sewer force main is about 1,000 feet to the west. We'll have a lift station and we'll extend a force main to it. Water, however, will be connected to right here. And it currently, this is the furthest east that water extends in the region. We will then be taking that water and routing it up through our project and stubbing it to the north end, looping it through our project. So what will end up happening is there will be ability for hydrants, there'll be availability for future connections up there.
Okay. Thank you.
And it will be public. It will be a public infrastructure.
I understand. Thank you.
Cammy Corbett again for the record. How much time do we have remaining?
Just a little over 3 minutes.
I'd like to reserve that time for rebuttal.
All right.
Sir?
All right, development services.
Hi, good evening. This is Michelle Heinrich with Development Services. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen to go over very briefly my PowerPoint for you. Hopefully that's coming up for you.
It is.
Okay, great. And as you heard, this is a major modification to an existing PD. And for a little preliminary information, this was approved in 2000. It does predate the Lutz Rule development standards. It was approved for 205 single-family homes in 4 villages with 2 estate lots in the northeast portion. Lot sizes in the PD varied pretty greatly from as small as 5,000 square feet to half-acre lot sizes. Connection to county services is required per that approval. Lake access is private. Under the current PD, it is only available for lakefront property owners of Village A, which is along the west. And there were multiple access points along only the west, south, and east. The size of the project is slightly over 180 acres in size. As you heard, the property is located on the north side of Crystal Lake Road, and it is in the Lutz Community Plan area. If you did take a chance to review the report, and also to let you know there is a revised report that Mr. Grady, if he didn't already provide to you, will provide, and all of those changes are incorporated into this presentation. So if you see any small things that are maybe slightly bit different, those are recent revisions. And of course, if you have any questions at the end, I'm happy to answer them. But this right here is a quick list of some of the changes that are proposed. There is a slight decrease that's proposed from 205 lots to 198. Unlike the current PD plan, under this plan, they are specifying where those units would land. Previously, that was not specified. It was pretty much first come, first serve, and wherever they were developed. Under this PD, they are locating the bulk of them, 193, in Village A, B along the west, and the 5 remaining in Village C and D. So that does combine some of these villages from the 4 to 2 villages. They are removing the northeast lots along the northeast portion on Gerasi Road, modifying development standards, removing watercraft restrictions. That does not have to do with access. It has to do with the type of watercrafts that we're able to utilize the lake. Under this PD, they're proposing specific AS1 district uses only in villages C and D. the allowability to have one of the homes of the 5 in villages C and D be a manufactured or modular home, to allow the existing home in village D to remain on well and septic until it is redeveloped. And as you heard tonight, there are some access point changes. 3 things that are not changing under this is the lake still will not be available for the general public. There is no removal for the PD to be accessed through public utilities, and there's no removal of the perimeter buffering and screening along the perimeter. This is a graphic to just give you a quick snapshot of the before and after, or the proposed and existing, and also shows those location changes or access locations. So you can see in the top in the yellow was Village A, in the green B, then in the blue C, purple D, and then the 2 estate lots up in the orange, and the various access points around there that were proposed. Under this scenario, the proposed scenario, we now have the A area, which is A and B in the yellow along the west, retaining a cross access to the west, proposing a new access to the north to Wilson Circle. You'll see along the southern boundary, they have gone down to 2 access points. C and D, still in the blue and the purple, now have an access point also on Jurassic along the east. This site does have a wide variety of comp plan designations. The designations are CMU 12, Res 9, Res 2, and Res 1. So it is quite a mixture of urban, suburban, and rural land use categories. Those allow for residential and non-residential uses. And as you can tell from the titles of the categories, the maximums range from 12 units per acre to 1 unit per acre. But the majority of the site, which is shown in the yellow, is Res 1. It is also in the urban and rural service areas, and again, predominantly in the rural service area. This aerial shows the surrounding development. To the north is a variety of zonings. We have ASC1, RSC2, and RSC4. And I would note that that area, based on our research, looks like it had been developed in the 70s, predating the future land use category and some of the other utility requirements that were more in place in the early 90s. To the south is AR zone property, which is developed with the exciting Idlewild Baptist Church. To the west, the property is vacant, but this is a PD and it is approved for 650 multifamily units. And to the east, on the opposite side of Jurassic Road, is single family residential, and the zonings in that area are RSC2 and RSC4. This again is a picture of the layout of the property. As noted, generally there's 193 homes in Village AB. Lot size is proposed is 5,500 square foot lots, and that equates to a density of approximately 3.2 units per acre. Then we'll have the 5 homes in Villages C and D. Those are increasing in size from what was previously proposed to 1 acre lots. This is also where the limited AS1 uses are proposed only in Villages C and D. And like we said, there is no more development proposed in the northeast. One thing that you'll notice on this plan, as opposed to the currently proposed plan, there is much more internal connectivity between the individual villages and also to the adjacent public roadways, which includes Jurassic Road, Crystal Lake Road, and Wilson Circle. Based on staff's review, we do find it approvable, subject to conditions. Basically, there is no intensification of what's being proposed, given that the number of units is going down. Under the proposed layout where the majority of the homes will be located along the west. Staff does feel that that is an improvement over the previous proposal, as it clusters the bulk of the residential along the west where we feel is most appropriate, being as that is basically the line between the urban and rural service areas and future land use categories. The connectivity and access changes are also more in keeping with the current LDC and comprehensive plan policies, which seeks to provide multiple travel routes for residents, utilize existing roadways, and reduce the use of area thoroughfares for only a few access options. Planning Commission staff did find this consistent with the comprehensive plan, and we did not receive any objections from reviewing agencies. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. I have no questions for you. All right, Planning Commission, please.
Hi, this is Jillian Massey, Planning Commission staff. The majority of the subject sites located in the Residential 1 future land use designation. Other portions of the site are located in the Residential 2, Residential 9, and Commercial Mixed Use 12 designation. It's mostly located in the rural service area with a small portion in the urban service area, and is located within the limits of the Lutz Community Plan. According to Objective 4 of the future land use element of the comprehensive plan, 20% of the growth in the region will occur in the rural area, most of the sites in the rural area, and the proposed modification intends to balance the suburban character of the area to the west of development and the semi-rural character to the east of the development. The reconfiguration of the development allows for more of the forested wetlands, lake, open space, and agricultural uses to be undisturbed and remain rural in character. Therefore, the proposal meets the intent of the rural area and Objective 4. The intent of the Residential 1 category is to designate areas for rural residential uses that are compatible with short-term agricultural uses. The proposal meets the requirements of the Residential 1 future land use category and Objective 9 and Policies 9.1. The agricultural objectives in the future land use element provides policy direction that states that agricultural and agricultural support uses are preferred uses in the rural area. The proposal not only clusters the residential development in a way that will preserve existing agricultural uses, but also requests that new residential development within villages C and D shall be developed in accordance with AS1 standards, therefore also allowing agricultural uses also. Therefore, the proposal's consistent with Objectives 29 and 30. The subject site is located within the limits of the Lutz Community Plan. One of the strategies in the plan discusses using lot sizes of 1 acre or greater, using clustering only in projects with a minimum acreage of 30 acres or more to allow for the preservation of open space and to restore a semi-rural environment. The plan also discusses how new lakefront development shall be required to retain a natural vegetative buffer for the water quality and wildlife benefits it affords. The modification includes areas where lot sizes are a minimum of 1 acre. In addition to that, one of the main intentions of the modified proposal is to reorient the residential development in order to leave more forested wetland, lake, open space, and agricultural land undisturbed, therefore meeting the intent of the strategies in the Lutz Community Plan that were previously outlined. And based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds that the proposal is consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by the Department of Development Services. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, it appears we have a number of people who wish to speak in support of the proposal. So all who wish to speak in support of the proposal, I need to know how many there are online and here. So 3 online. So we have 3 online. How many do we have here? Raise your hand, please. 2, 3. Okay, looks like we have 6 all together to speak in support. And that's exactly how many I have on this registered list. So if there's 15 minutes allotted among you, if there's not one person to speak for everybody, that would be, I'm sorry, applicant, did you have something that you need to tell me?
Just going to indicate that Mr. 2 was going to speak first for.
Okay. All right. We'll go to Mr. 2 first. 15 minutes allotted among the 6 gives you each 2.5 minutes.
Madam Hearing Officer, before we start testimony, I just want to note again for the record that this case will be heard at the November 9th BOCC land use meeting, and your report will be filed on November 1st. Thank you.
Acknowledged. Thank you, Mr. Grady. That'll be next. Thank you. All right, so proponents first. Mr. 2, we'll go to you first.
Thank you, Ms. Hatley. Joel 2, I have been sworn. I am a land use attorney. My office is at 35595 US Highway 19 North in Palm Harbor. I represent Peter Gerasi individually, who is the owner of the overall parcel and also, of course, the resident of what's referred to as the Gerasi homestead on the eastern portion. As you may be aware from prior contacts, I was actually was the land use attorney for Mr. Gerasi, who procured this original PD approval, I hate to say more than 20 years ago now. I was substantially younger then. I also handled the approval of the multifamily zoning immediately west of this, which staff and the Planning Commission have referred to. And I think what's important here, just by way of background and history, is this parcel is part of a large quadrant of land that the Gerasi family has owned for many years, all the way from Van Dyke north, east from North Del Mabry over to Gerasi Road. Mr. Gerasi himself provided the land for exciting Idlewild Baptist Church when it was located there and constructed. And of course, we have the large commercial use, mixed use center on the frontage at North Del Mabry and Van Dyke. So as you move northeast from that very intense corner, I think it's important to notice the transition in land uses, which really is what this PD helps finalize and accomplish, because you go from that mixed use center to then the 650 apartments that are approved, those on the western boundary of this subject site. That parcel is independently owned by a third party, not by Mr. Gerasi, and so it certainly at some point is going to be developed pursuant to that multifamily approval that I obtained many years ago. The important thing I think about this amendment is that we do have an existing vested PD for the 205 units. It did predate the Lutz community plan, and yet I think a long way is being done here. A lot is being done to actually fulfill that community plan, even though it was adopted after our original PD. We're not only reducing the density from 205 to 198, but more significantly is the concentration of the density.
Okay, Mr. 2?
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but there's 6 people who want to speak in support, and I've allotted 2.5 minutes to each, and you've taken your 2.5 minutes. So unless some of the others are going to speak a shorter period of time, I want to be fair to everyone. How long is it going to take you to wrap up, Mr. 2?
I was hoping within 2 minutes. I think some of the proponents knew I was speaking, were willing to waive part of their time. But you'll have to confirm with them.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm willing to only take 1.5 minutes. This is Chuck Carnevale.
Okay, Mr. 2, go ahead, please. Another minute or minute and a half.
Okay, I'll hurry.
Thank you.
So basically, we're clustering and shifting the density. We could construct now well over 100 units in that eastern half of the property where Mr. Gerasi lives under the current zoning, because we were not limited by number, only by lot size. So rather than having over 100 units in the eastern half adjacent to Gerasi Road, there'll now only be 5 units, including his retained homestead. So there's a substantial shift of the density west. We're eliminating those two estate lots on the northern boundary adjacent to Jurassic Road. And as you see from the concept plan, even on the western clustered portion, they're using that northwest portion for stormwater drainage and thereby further buffering those existing residents in the northwest. As to the connection to Wilson Circle, Mr. Gerassi's position is very clear. We understand that the Land Development Code, of course, encourages such cross connections, but we also are very sensitive and understand those residents' desire not to have that. Mr. Gerassi has no dog in that fight, so obviously the PD will conform to whatever the county commission decides. And if the county requires it, then obviously it will have to be made. If the commission sees fit not to require it, then of course it will not be made. And as Mr. Henry testified, it's not required for a traffic to work. So in closing, we think this PD modification is the poster child for transitional zoning from the intense development to the west and the future land uses to the west to the less intense development to the east. And it will actually enhance and help preserve the residents on Jurassic Road and Crystal Lake Road as an improvement to the existing zoning. Thank you for the extra time.
Thank you, Mr. Tu. All right. Next proponent, please come forward. We need your name and address first.
Travis Stair, proposed buyer of 18205 Griffith Road, Lutz. I am in favor of the new PD, strictly because it clusters the home to the west. It eliminates a lot of the entrances on Sun Lake, so we can actually control the traffic. It gives us a 100-acre buffer between Jurassic Road in the neighborhood and the new development. And also the original plan, I think we're going to have a watershed issue with the original plan because it's not contained. So the problem is now with the water flooding in the neighborhood, the new plan is going to contain that water and we're not going to have as many issues. And like Lennar said, they're going to try to help us, relieve some of that water drainage further up north where we're having the problem. So I think the new plan is way better than the old plan, and I hope I can see it go through.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Cheryl Ayers. I live at 18717 Jurassic Road in Lutz, Florida. That's right across the street from the northeast corner of this planned development. I've lived there with my family for 17 years, and it was back in 2005 or 6 that we were invited to a community meeting to review the 15-year plan to develop this exact parcel. Back then, we didn't think too much of it because that seemed like a long time off. And here we are, looking at the planned development, which I am in support of, with the exception of the access to Wilson Lake Circle. Wilson Circle is a quiet residential rural street. To have a major access point connecting that neighborhood would severely negatively impact the people on that street. I'm in favor of this development, again, with that exception of Wilson Circle.
Thank you. Please sign in with the clerk. All right, others in support who wish to speak in support, here or online?
Chuck, go ahead.
I'm online. Could I be next?
Marianne, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Hi, good evening. My name is Marianne Stajan. I've lived on Jurassic Road over 36 years.
She's breaking
currently
up.
reside.
Marianne, you're breaking in and out.
11 Jurassic Road. I'm request, I believe. Sorry. I'm online. This is the best I can do. I'm in favor of the zoning request. Going back to that map that he showed you, do you remember that a few minutes ago? I'm the person that lives between those two drainage pipes. This is my house. Jurassic and Lake Pearl are uphill from me. I'm downstream. That water flows through my yard on each side of my house. And it's important to me to have good drainage. The plan from 20 years ago is 20 years old, and I think that things can be better now. And I appreciate that they've thought about that. that, the runoff from the development will drain back into the center of development, adding retention to the north, which captures the Lake Pearl overflow that is currently not retained. And the proposed plan is designed to allow for no outfall from the NAR development into the surrounding stormwater system. So I appreciate that they've tried to get this changed, and I support it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chuck, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Chuck Carnevale. I live at 18109 Jurassic Road. I've lived there for 19 years. If you remember the purple on the maps that we saw earlier, my property is right across the street from Mr. Jurassi's. I own approximately 20 acres, of which about 18 of it is wetland. And I believe the old plan or the existing plan would really have a major impact on our rural community, go all the way from Jurassic Road all the way to Wilson Circle and all the way continuing down Jurassic Road to Del Mabry. This new plan moves everything to the west. It'll maintain our neighborhood tranquility, and I'm very much in favor of that. My 20 acres and the rural area that will be kept by Mr. Jurassi's buffer here for his estate really ties in nicely. And I too oppose making the Wilson Circle full access. I think to maintain everything else I've said so far, I think we need to keep that as restricted access, especially with some of the additional access that was announced in this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else, please come forward. And this is proponents to speak.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Rankin at 19014 Cedar Lane. I have lived between there and off of Jurassic Road for 38 years. So I've grown up in the area, and I appreciate the change that they are proposing to make. It would affect very differently if it stays the way it is, but I too am against the Wilson Circle access. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Anyone else to speak in support proponents? Okay. We'll go to opponents then. Is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in opposition to this item? All right. How many are there? I have 3 actually on the list, and I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Were there 7? 7. So I see 7 here. Are there any online?
No.
Okay. So that would give you each about a little over 2 minutes, 2.25 minutes, something like that. Can y'all manage that among you? All right, please come forward.
Hi, my name is Barbara Brock. I live at 1418 May Street in Lutz, across the street from Lake Pearl planned development. I represent a group of neighbors adjacent to and around the subject property who have signed a petition. The area of Jurassic Road and adjoining streets have been on well water, despite county water being available on nearby Del Mabry Highway and Highway 41, as well as on the interconnecting road exciting Idlewild Boulevard. A number of us are not opposed to the approval of the major modification, as long as the new development infrastructure allows for enough capacity for county water and fire hydrants to be installed for the neighboring properties on Jurassic Road, May Street, Jean Street, Griffith Road, Wilson Circle, Crystal Lake Road, and Abbey Lane. We are not asking for the developer to install these. We are simply asking for assurances that there will be enough capacity planned for now to allow the county in the future to extend the services to our area. That's all I had, and I also am not for access on Wilson Circle.
All right, thank you, Ms. Brock. Please sign in with the clerk right here. Thank you. Next person, please.
Good evening. My name is Brian Flynn. I live at 2608 Wilson Circle.
Madam Hearing Master, thank you very much for this opportunity to speak before you today in opposition to major modification 210877. As you can see, this is the south end of Wilson Circle. This is how the property looks today. Next slide, please. We are opposed to full vehicular access to Wilson Circle because it's a public health and safety issue. There's limited sight distance, and a lot of the people in the neighborhood are children, walkers, bicyclists, and handicapable residents in the adjacent neighborhood. The best way to make a connection through this is through a pedestrian or bicycle lane only. This will provide pedestrian paths and trails that interconnect the community in accordance with the Lutz Community Plan. At a minimum, we ask for this to be emergency access only. The concern is that if this is approved as emergency access, as development increases with the multi-use, that connection would also use this full connection as well, and emergency access may become full access. In accordance with the Land Development Code 060201, fewer intersections there are, the fewer accidents there will be. Next slide, please. These are the pictures here of the proposed full access point on Lutz or on Wilson Circle. You can see it's right in the radius of that of Wilson Circle, and you can see that through the shade and different light, it's hard to see that my two children standing at the end of the road. Next slide, please. We have stormwater and groundwater concerns. We are on well and septic, as has been discussed. It's also within a wellhead protection zone, and increased density will increase the bearing pressure and raise the water table in the surrounding neighborhood. Next slide, please. The density of homes, originally there was supposed to be 1.1 homes per acre. Now this would put approximately 3.4 homes per acre, potentially more. And originally, Village A called for 21,000 square foot buffer lots on the north end. And those are no longer part of the plan. Please revise this option and honor the blend to Wilson Circle's neighborhood. We support the fact that it's clustering the homes, but however, that clustering is providing increased density on the Wilson Circle side of the neighborhood. Lowering the density solves a multitude of problems, and it just makes sense. Less traffic, more available corridors for wildlife, and next slide, please. This traffic variance, if it passes, it sets a precedent for other developments and commercial interests to use the same process to circumvent the fact that these roads cannot handle more traffic volume. Next slide, please. As mentioned, we feel that this should be in accordance with the conservation subdivision, and that there is a requirement for the amount of open space that's in accordance with that, and only a certain percentage of that can be stormwater ponds.
Mr. Flynn, can you wrap up in 15 seconds?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
So we ask that you deny this major modification and their request for the administrative variance, go back to the drawing board and reflect the character of our neighborhood and keep our residents safe. I have a petition in opposition that has 40 written signatures and another 390 signatures online that I would like to submit as part of the record as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, next person in opposition, please.
My name is Bonnie Brown, and I live at 2908 Wilson Circle, and I support the modification with the exception of access to Wilson Road. The road is narrow, dark, and it would be very unsafe for the children. That's my only opposition. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Please sign in with the clerk. Next person in opposition, please come forward.
I'm Edward Atzenhofer. I represent the property Abundant Life Foundation to the west of the proposed modification. Tonight, we have heard extensive discussion as to the movement of the water to the west, and we've had very little regard to that property on the west. There is a tremendous amount of watershed with that increased density, and that watershed has to be accounted for other than moving it to the west, as has been repetitively stated. the concentration of that density and the lack of planning for the movement of the water must be the center point now that the Wilson matter is clearly defined. We must now define that the water will not be going to the west in an unabated or undesigned fashion, and that there be some provision, whether it be a concrete wall or additional retention or whatever, but some means to assure that the plan does not spill over on the western property. Thank you kindly.
Thank you, sir. Please
Sir,
sign in
we
with the
need to
clerk.
sign in.
Thank you.
My name is Robert Alexander, 2629 Wilson Circle. As the people are saying, I kind of outbeat everybody. I've been there 50 years, and I own the whole curve where that driveway is that Mr. Gerasi has. I will be the most affected by it. Secondly, the object of it is that Wilson Circle is not conducive at all to the connection of that thing. We're concerned about the construction traffic. We've been advised by the developer that they will take care of that, but I would like to make it a matter of record that theoretically that easement or that driveway needs to be vacated when the development starts, so that because construction traffic will be using it because it's an easy way in and out. And as far as the board fence that goes along there, all that does is enable people to kind of walk through and come out and have their friends meet them on Wilson Circle. We need to make the development, if the road is closed, then we need to make the development off limits, so we say, to Wilson Circle. So I'm totally opposed to the Wilson Circle connection. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, Mr. Alexander. Yes, thank you. All right. Others in opposition, please come forward. Thank you.
Hello, Anne Marie Coates, 2618 Wilson Circle, along with my husband, Phil Coates. We've lived on Wilson Circle since May 1991, so 30 years. We probably won't be living here much longer, particularly if this goes through, but many young families and fellow neighbors will. And we feel that speaking against this modification is the ethical thing to do. I am biased. I don't like development, destruction of our natural resources, encroachment of people, all for the $4 million tax revenue this project will bring in each year. However, I realize that although unfortunate, development will continue, but we need to make sure that we do it right for the environment and people who live there by removing all access to Wilson Circle, even emergency, providing wildlife corridors, and reducing the density of homes. We submitted our testimony and explained our reasons for opposing the modification on September 7th. They included increased traffic, dangerous blind curve, water well contamination, vehicular endangerment to pedestrians and wildlife because there is no sidewalks, and finally, loss of peace and nature's tranquility. We would like to now add the following reasons for opposing: sinkhole risks, density ratios, and finally, a neighbor who was unable to attend asked me to mention that she's battling aggressive breast cancer and that walks are consistent and considered key to her emotional and physical abilities to battle this disease. She will not be able to walk safely with increased traffic on Wilson Circle. For all these reasons, please note that Anne Marie and Phil Coates are in opposition to this proposed modification. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Coates. Please sign in with the clerk. All right. Is there anyone else? Please come forward.
My name is Michael Husky. I live at 18211 Griffith Road, Lutz, Florida, 33548. I am the president this year of the Lake Wilson's Neighborhood Association. I hope that I represent the people in our community well. I have two oppositions to the development. We have worked many hours, many meetings with the development team. I've met them all. They are willing to work with us and everything. They need your support too. I have two areas of concern. I sent in my testimony and evidence of opposition, which shows the water running over top of Jurassic Road. This happens about once a year, 2 times a year. Our infrastructure out there was developed over 50 years ago. We're still using the same infrastructure. I would hope that with this development, particularly draining into Lake Pearl, which Lake Pearl drains into Lake Wilson, I would hope that the county stormwater team would work with this development and help us develop a way for the water to drain without running over top of the road. That may have been acceptable 50-something years ago, but it is not acceptable now. We have progressed too much in all of our means to be able to drain water. We should be able to remedy this situation. And I only ask that you work with the development team and work with our community. My contact information is here. You can contact me at any time. Trust me, I know exactly what the water does in that community. I've been there for over 50 years. I know exactly what's going on. My house that I live in was built there for me in 1971. I've been there since then. I have moved away, but I've moved back home. Another situation I'd love for you to work with the development team. Originally, this development was designed with 4 access points from the development on to Crystal Lake. The northern exit was never there. But now all of a sudden, the homes that are going to go there now is moved from the entire dry land buildable part of the property to 2/3 of the property. And that's fine. Trust me, I am not opposed to the development of this property one way or another. It don't matter who comes up here opposed or for or whatever. The development is going to be done. It's already been approved by Hillsborough County. This is just a modification of it. And I have no problems with the modification of it. But Wilson Circle is the nicest road in our community. You would love to live on that road. You would love to raise a family on that road. So please, please work with the development, find an alternative route in and out of this development, and at least consider reducing from a full access to Wilson Circle to an emergency access. And that would satisfy the whole community. As you've seen, the worst of the objection is to that access up there. That would just totally devastate our community. I do appreciate you listening to me and offer any help I possibly can. But please work with the developers and make sure that our community is not the brunt of this new development. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Husky. Sign in with the clerk, please. Thank you. All right, is that it? No more opposition speakers. All right. So we'll go back to development services. Anything further?
Not unless you have questions.
No, ma'am.
Actually, I would like to hear about Wilson Circle. That was brought up a lot. And why there couldn't be just a emergency access or a pedestrian bicycle access instead of a full access there at Wilson Circle. And also, wellhead protection area was brought up, which I'm not sure was covered at all.
Transportation can speak to the access thing.
Okay.
Yes, Madam Zoning Hearing Master. The proposed access connection on Wilson Road is shown.
Mr. Perez, could you adjust your microphone? A little hard to hear you.
Sorry about that. Is that better?
No, if
I
you
don't
go
know.
to the mute button at the bottom of your screen with the down arrow, click that for me.
Yes.
Hit settings. Your microphone input volume, is that scrolled all the way to the right?
How is that?
No. Where it says microphone with the drop down menu, do you have other options?
Yes.
Okay, so go ahead and click a different option for me.
Okay.
Better. Thank you.
Excellent. To speak to the access on Wilson Road, when staff initially reviewed this, we provided comments that relates to County Land Development Code Section 602-01A16, which speaks to subdivisions connecting to existing contiguous streets with the intent to serve efficient access and needs of visitors, delivery trucks, emergency vehicles, as well as local residents. Also, per County Commission directive in terms of enforcing our connectivity requirements, the direction that we have been pursuing includes providing multiple travel routes for residents utilizing public roadways and reducing the use of the main thoroughfares as the only access option, and provided improved pedestrian routes.
Is there a road already connecting there? It looks like I'm looking at an aerial on the property appraiser's website. It looks like there's a road already. Is that a driveway? Okay.
There appears to be a driveway connection.
Okay. Mr. Grady, is there anyone who could speak to the wellhead protection? Someone brought that up. Do we know?
The majority, the site is within the wellhead protection area. I would note that the wellhead protection area does not prohibit the use of well and septic. But again, this project is going to be actually being served by public water and sewer. The wellhead protection area has a lot of regulations that prohibit certain uses. But again, for residential development, it does allow lots to be on septic. And again, this project is going to be on public water and sewer. If it weren't on septic, it would require larger lot sizes to be on septic. But again, since this will be served by public water and sewer, it's not subject to those lot size restrictions.
Thank you, Mr. Grady. Anything else from Development Services?
Nothing further.
Okay. Applicant, you have time for rebuttal and summation. There's 3 minutes and 36 seconds left from your initial presentation, plus you have 5 minutes. So.
Cami Corbett again for the record, Hill Ward Henderson. Just also, there are Tampa Bay Water comments in the file, and they did review it and appreciated the opportunity to review and did not have any comments or questions. They, I guess, are now reviewing all applications in the wellhead protection area. So those comments are of record. I would like to have Matt Miller from WRA to just come up and speak briefly to the species issues and the report, the study that they've done on site.
Good evening. For the record, Matthew Miller. I'm the Director of Environmental Services at WRA Engineering, 4260 West Linebaugh Avenue, Tampa, Florida. So we've done a endangered species survey on the site, which consisted of a database review of existing wildlife. And then we also did a field assessment. We didn't observe any listed endangered wildlife on the site. And our recommendation is to, prior to construction, so within 90 days of construction, to re-verify that there are no gopher tortoise burrows or wading bird nests. And that's prior to construction and consistent with normal practices.
Thank you.
I'd like to have, David Faulkner, who's our geotechnical engineer, to address the issues relating to sinkholes.
Thank you.
All right, we performed a geotechnical engineering study of the site. We did
Name and address for the
I'm
record.
sorry, David Faulkner, Faulkner Engineering Services, 2719 Causeway Center Drive, Tampa, Florida. Again, we have performed a geotechnical investigation of this property, did a series of SPT borings and test pits. We found in our borings that increasing depth from the surface as it went down, there was no evidence of any raveling of soils into the underlying strata. In our opinion, there was no evidence of active sinkhole development in any of the borings that we performed. In addition, I understand that there was some question about the construction of the property and putting, building structural residential structures that, and that they might induce sinkhole. That typically doesn't happen. Residential structures are lightly loaded, and the zone of influence from them that they impose on the subsurface soils, it's minimal and negligible, around 6 to 8 feet below the bottom of the footing. The lime rock was deeper than 25 feet. Won't be influenced by the residential structures at all.
Thank you. Please sign in with the clerk, sir.
Sir.
Mr. Faulkner. Thank you.
Cami Corbett, I would like to have Joe Simino come up and address some of the concerns about the water to the west and to reiterate the water to the east.
Excuse me, Joe.
Make sure that microphone is on and state your name for the record, please.
Joe Simino, WRA Engineering. Yes, addressing the concerns where I think it was the Abundant Life Foundation, a property owner to the west. I would be more than happy to meet with him after the meeting and understand where his concerns are. But just for the record, again, Lake Pearl, large bowl, water flows north from it. Yes, it spills out over Jurassic Road and sort of inundates this area, but the general movement is to the north. I'm not aware of any flow going west of the property. But again, I'm happy to speak with the gentleman and understand his concerns. And again, the site will take the water from the internal development and route it internal to itself into the pond. So this site is not set to jettison water out to the west, if that's what the concern was.
Okay, thank you.
Cami Corbett. So again, to summarize sort of the community concerns, the full access to Wilson Circle, that's an obvious one. I understand the county's connectivity policies, but I do think that the character and nature of that roadway and that neighborhood is very different, and it does not it's not a street grid. It probably should not be a street grid. And so we do support reducing that to just emergency access only. Concerns about traffic, there's no increase. You heard there was testimony that it was in fact a slight decrease. We talked about concerns about flooding quite a bit here, more than we normally do, and we're doing that really as a not necessarily to prove that we're consistent with the land development code. Those are site development things, but to be responsive to the concerns that are being raised at the hearing this evening. We said that we testified that we'll design with volume sensitive criteria. There's testimony about the wildlife impacts. The wildlife impacts will greatly be reduced by, limiting the natural area. And then we heard concerns about sinkholes. You just heard Mr. Faulkner's testimony regarding that. There's some discussion about larger lot sizes up near north to Wilson Circle under the old plan. As you saw from the site plan, the existing lots will be quite a ways from the Wilson Circle development, and your staff, both Planning Commission staff and Development Services staff, have found that the lot sizes and the densities are both consistent and compatible with the Land Development Code and the Comprehensive Plan. And lastly, just to touch on the petition that was submitted, it contains conclusory statements on matters that require expert testimony. It talks about drainage, it talks about wetlands. It actually contradicts county staff's findings. The signatures aren't verifiable, and I really don't think that it offers any probative value to have 300, or 400 change.org signatures. It might be reflective of the network, but it's really, those addresses, if you'll see the petition in the record, are from other countries and other states, and it really doesn't provide any substantial competent evidence upon which you can base your decision this evening. As you're well aware, this isn't a popularity contest. This is a quasi-judicial zoning hearing where there are evidentiary proceedings, and all the substantial competent evidence from the experts this evening does support approval of this project, and therefore we would respectfully request approval.
All right, thank you very much. If nothing further from the applicant, no, sir, I'm sorry, no, sir, the hearing is closed on, this would be major modification 210877. The hearing is closed.
The next item is agenda item D5, rezoning PD 21-0961. The applicant's Tampa Bay Community Church Incorporated. The request is for a rezoning from PD and BPO to planned development. Michelle Hein will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant. And I would appreciate if folks leaving could refrain from speaking.
Please quietly leave. Thank you. Please quietly leave the room. Thank you. Introduce the next one already?
Just for the record, I'll reintroduce the last case. It's agenda item D5, rezoning PD 21-0961. The applicant's Tampa Bay Community Church Incorporated. The request is rezoned from PD and BPO with restrictions to a planned development. Michelle Heinrich will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Thank you, Brian, Madam Hearing Master. Michael Horner, 14502 North Dale Mary Highway, Tampa 33618, representing the owner and applicant, who are Fletcher Professional Center LLC. We made a error on the initial filing. It was a carryover from the 2019 application. It showed the Tampa Bay Community Church as applicant. They are not. They should have been removed. So that was a contract purchase agreement. My client was buying this property from the church. That has now been consummated. They have taken controlling interest in both these western and eastern parcels. I think some of the neighbors were a little confused by seeing that and thought that we were involving or incorporating changes to the church. That is not the case. Madam Hearing Master, I'll be brief. It's been a long night. We are seeking a unified PD plan for two existing parcels that are currently zoned planned development and BPO restricted. This is north of Fletcher Avenue, abutting Channel G to the west, just east of Orange Grove Drive, 3.51 acres. In the Res 4 planned sector, urban service area, water and sewer being proposed. This application comes to you with full recommendations of approval, development services with conditions, as well as consistency findings from the Planning Commission. We have no objections from any review agency, including transportation and EPC. We have two parcels, as I mentioned. Both are approved for medical office. The western tract is 1.39 acres. That is on the west side. That was under 19-1037. It was a PD I represented a couple of years ago for 12,000 square feet total of medical office space, two 6,000 square foot buildings. Directly east, under 16-0916, I represented that as well in 2016. And that is a 2.1 acre tract directly east of the PD parcel. And we asked for BPOR, it was approved. All of these cases, unanimous recommendations for approval, and board as well, approval. So that was approved for a 6,000 square foot building on elevated pilings. So total, Madam Hearing Master, we had in the before condition, 2 properties, 3 buildings, 6,000 square feet each, 18,000 square feet total. Our proposed plan is to unify these together, 2 buildings, still 18,000 square feet, and dropping 1 driveway from the BPOR to just having 1 unified driveway on the PD. We have really no wetland impacts, Madam Hearing Master, because the entire wetland on the east side is an altered wetland site. It's a borrow pit, man-made cuts and pond creations from upland soils. We thought we would at least have to file for a wetland variance setback application. We in fact filed that application, and it was reviewed by EPC and staff, and we were advised that was no longer necessitated. We withdrew that application. So we have no encroachments into any wetlands on that site. EPC has approved and authorized this. I have some graphics I'll go over in just a moment. We agree with the staff. We are offering no changes to their conditions of approval. We have filed elevations into the record. These buildings are 1-story, pitched roof, architectural design elevation, features, residential building materials. In fact, the Planning Commission, I think, noted the potential FAR at the 0.25 coverage with the wetland density credit. We could achieve almost, well, not almost, over 31,000 square feet. Again, we are 40% less at just 18,000 square feet. I can move the overhead briefly. We are, okay. So here's our site. These are the western PD zone property. This is the eastern BPOR property. This is the church parcel. They retained a easement sign strip area here. We have Channel G to our west, Fletcher Avenue, wetland system, Moran Groves, and then residential to the north. Hearing Master, we overlaid a shadow here. We overlaid our proposed site plan on an aerial photograph. Again, this is Moran Groves. This is all the wetland system on the BPOR zone property that we're leaving intact. These are 2 proposed office buildings. Access 1 unified drive to Fletcher Avenue. And you can see we're slightly encroaching in the building and the parking into the BPOR parcel. That's the only encroachment and use of that BPO. I'm going to file the certified conditions into the record for that. This is the prior plan. You can see the same unified access drive. We had 2 6,000 square foot medical office buildings for a total of 12. Driveways essentially in the same place, cross driveway bay, a parking bay in the same place. Again, Channel G, we applied for waivers because we had this huge Channel G buffer. We have a retention pond proposed. It made no sense to put a 5-foot, 10-foot buffer next to a 150-foot wide, 100% coverage tree canopy and wetland system. A sample of the building elevation. We filed 2 additional elevations into the record. You can see pitched roof. Fairly attractive residential design style. Again, 1-story only. This is only the BPOR tract, Ms. Hatley. You can see we have borrow pit upland cuts throughout this whole area. This was a mitigation area for this proposed development that was approved about 4 years ago. This is part of the application for that. This is not exempt upland cut from wetland. This is the borrow pit area of activity. These are drainage connections that are made through man-made upland cuts as well. This was the plan that was approved. Again, this is the BPOR parcel, Fletcher. This was the proposed elevated medical building on stilts, and then a parking lot double bay with a separate access to Fletcher Avenue. And this, of course, is all the mitigation area to allow for those encroachments in the wetlands. That is now all going away. Our plan is pulling those development credits to the west. And this is the ultimate site plan. So again, leaving all those wetland systems alone. Our two buildings, 9,000 square feet each. Our retention pond, channel G. We're still meeting the full 20-foot buffer, type B on the north. We're also allowing for the 10-foot screening buffer between the north building and the church. Since it's a church institutional use, we don't need a 20-foot type B. Excuse me, type A. And then here we ask for the relief because we have no building structures, parking, and only landscaping within the parking lot. So there's a gating condition, I think it's condition 16, that is between the church and our clients. That was a condition that was approved in the 1037 petition. It's fairly detailed. The church has a access easement through our property. They have very infrequent travel maneuvers through that property to their church. The gate will be closed. They have to open it, and then they have to close every single time. That's the requirement. The church is in support of this. I talked with two neighbors on the north side. They were thinking we were still modifying the church approval. I sent them all the plans and reports, and I believe they're all in support as well. Thank you very much. Michael Yates is going to address the design variation, then we'll close.
Mr. Horner.
Yes, ma'am.
Who is the actual applicant at this point?
Good question. My client closed on both those properties under Fletcher Professional Center, LLC.
And is there an amended application or something in the file?
We offered to do that, and quite honestly, it slipped our minds. So we just wanted to clarify for the record that we are not representing Tampa Bay Community Church, and they are not the applicant or the fee simple title holders or holders of deed.
So it's Fletcher what again? Fletcher
Professional Center.
Thanks.
LLC on both the BPO and the PD property.
I'm just curious as, procedurally here because we have an applicant and then it's somebody completely different at the hearing and
Ms. Halley.
Yes.
Ms. Halley, Cameron Clark, can you hear me?
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Yes.
Sure. So I'm curious, and honestly, Mr. Grady might be able to help with this as well. I'm curious as to who signed. So the application would be signed by the applicant, which can also be the same as the property owner. But if the owner is signed over an authorized agent, the application could be signed by both the agent and by the property owner. But if the properties change hands, who's signed as the property for the application?
Yeah, Mr. Clark, good question. Fletcher Professional Center already closed even after or prior to our filing. So the affidavit is signed by them. Dr. Richard Kernagus, who is the owner and designated agent for both parcels, which are held title as Fletcher Professional Center, LLC.
And is the transaction to sell the property, has that been recorded? Is that something?
Closing's already taken place. Yes, sir. Closing's already taken place. They closed prior to our filing. We just carried over inadvertently from the 2019 petition, Tampa Bay Community Church as applicant.
And on the notices, if interested parties, who would they contact?
My name is agent from the affidavit on both parcels was on the notice.
So just to make sure, the property owner that signed the application is your client and not the previous owner?
I'm sorry, the client?
So, and Mr. Grady, are you able to see what I'm talking about? I've just never seen in all the years.
Who was the owner 2 years ago, not the owner today?
Mr. Clark, there is an authorization from the new property owner authorizing Mr. Horner to be his representative. So there is an authorization in the file for the current property owner.
Okay. Well, Madam Hearing Officer, I think what state is that as long as we've able to see that Mr. I've known Mr. Horner for a while with these applications. Everything is verifiable. As long as that's the case, he's been signed over as authorized agent. The notices would have referred to him as the point of contact for any questions. It's an unusual mistake to have. It looks like everything's in order to proceed.
Thank you. I apologize for the confusion. We'll file an amended application post-hearing. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Clark. Thank you, Mr. Horner.
Good evening, Michael Yates with Palm Traffic, 400 North Campus Street. I'm going to just discuss briefly the traffic. We have a design exception that we submitted. It has been found approvable. Mostly the improvements are related to access and safety improvements along Fletcher Avenue. We've moved the driveway a little further to the east, which allows the extension of the existing median that is out there. There is an existing two-way left turn lane out here in Fletcher today that's created a safety issue. As part of this project, we are going to be closing that and reinstalling the median that is existing to the east, so extending that through there to remove the safety issues. There's also a driveway curb cut to the east that served the eastern parcel. That is going to be closed and removed. Again, it's a wash and trips. There are 18,000 square feet of medical office to 18,000 square feet of medical office. Happy to answer any questions.
Don't have any questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Development Services.
Hi, good evening again. This is Michelle Heinrich, Development Services. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Hopefully that comes up for you okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. As you saw, this is a new PD for property located on the north side of Fletcher Avenue. We get to the map here. The request is for 18,000 square feet of medical office, which results in a floor area ratio of 0.12. As you heard Mr. Horner state, there is a associated PD variation to the required buffer width along the west and northwest portion of the buffer. The site is slightly over 3.5 acres in size, and it is located in the Greater Carewood-Northdale Community Planning Area. The new PD is encompassing 2 previously approved PDs. What I have shown here on the PowerPoint is those locations. The yellow on the west is the most recently approved PD. That is PD 191037. And in the green is BPOR restricted that was approved in 2016. Both of these do currently allow for medical office uses. And as you can see here, both of them have an intensity of approximately the same as what was previously approved. This property is in the Res 4 future land use category. This is a suburban land use category. It allows for residential, commercial, and office uses to be considered for rezoning. And in this category, the maximum FAR is 0.25. This is an aerial of the property, and as you can see, properties to the north is single-family residential and a church property to the northwest. That's all in the RSC 6 zoning. Property to the south is a vegetated wetland area associated with the townhomes located to the southwest. To the west is Sweetwater Creek, as well as a very narrow strip of property that the church kept when the property was rezoned. And to the east is single-family residential, also in the RSC 6 category. Under the new PD, you can see that the development is located to the west, the furthest point from existing residential in the area. It is limited to 18,000 square feet. It is limited to medical office use only. There are conditions of approval in regards to the scale and appearance of the building for it to be residential in appearance, much like the elevation that Mr. Horner showed you. Also, there is buffering and screening variations along the west and northwest, which we just spoke of. The remainder of the property meets or exceeds required buffering and screening, and those are the areas where they're adjacent to residential. And there is one access point proposed on Fletcher and one cross access to the north that allows for the church that's located to the north to utilize their property to access Fletcher Avenue. Based on our review, we do find this approvable, subject to conditions. This is based on the fact that the site's located in an appropriate future land use category. It is compatible with the surrounding areas, giving the site planning techniques utilized. It does not exceed the maximum intensity of the comprehensive plan and has been found to be consistent with the comprehensive plan. And lastly, we did not receive any objections from the reviewing agencies, notably EPC, which you heard Mr. Horner speak about, which did take a close look at the wetland impacts that could possibly occur, and transportation staff, which, as you heard, has found a design exception that is approvable for the substandard roadway conditions on Fletcher Avenue. This concludes my presentation. I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you. All right, Planning Commission.
Hi, this is Jillian Massey with Planning Commission staff. The subject is located in the Residential 4 Future Land Use category. It's located in the urban service area and within the limits of the greater Carrollwood-Northdale Community Plan. The intent of the Residential 4 land use category is to designate areas that are suitable for low-density residential development. In addition, suburban scale neighborhood, commercial, office, multipurpose, and mixed-use projects serving the area may be permitted subject to the goals, objectives, and policies of the land use category. And applicable development regulations and conforming to established locational criteria for specific land use. At least 75% of the site is not within 900 feet of a qualifying intersection and does not meet commercial locational criteria as outlined in policy 22.2. Per policy 22.6, office development may be exempt from locational criteria if it is proposed as a buffer between existing commercial and residential uses or adjacent to existing commercial uses other than offices. The proposed medical office development is adjacent to existing office uses on the west side and does not meet the exemption. A commercial locational criteria waiver is required per policy 22.8. The subject site does not meet locational criteria and the applicant has submitted a waiver request. The subject property is comprised of vacant commercial lots and single-family properties are located to the northwest and southwest. Public institutional lots are located to the northeast and south. Vacant commercial and light commercial are located to the west. Per policy 16.1 of the future land use element requires the use of locational criteria for placement of non-residential uses. Policy 16.3 requires that development and redevelopment be integrated with adjacent land uses through creation of complementary uses. Policy 16.10 requires that any density increase be compatible with existing proposed or planned development. The previously approved office building for the eastern portion of the site is no longer proposed as a part of this application. The applicant proposes a 10-foot buffer with type A screening on the north, a 20-foot buffer with type B screening on the northwest, and will preserve the existing natural buffer area and wetlands on the eastern portion of the site. The requested medical office use is consistent with the other uses on West Fletcher Avenue. Due to the proposed conditions, Planning Commission staff recommends that the board approve and grant the waiver for commercial locational criteria. The subject site is located within the limits of the Greater Carrollwood-Northdale Community Plan. The plan discourages new developments from being strict commercial and requires that mixed-use development and redevelopment to be located at identified community activity centers or intersections complying with locational criteria. The proposed development is not a mixed-use or redevelopment project. The proposed development would not be a strip commercial and is just under a half-mile east from the designated West Fletcher Avenue and Dale Mabry Highway Activity Center. The proposed site meets the intent of the Greater Carrollwood-Northdale Community Plan. And based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds that the proposal is consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by the Department of Development Services. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Development Services, anything further?
Nothing further.
All right, applicant, anything further?
Michael Horner again. I forgot to mention there is a locational criteria required.
Madam Hearing Officer, I don't think you asked for.
Oh, gosh, I skipped a whole section of our
Because
hearing.
you see an empty room, but somebody might be in virtue.
It is getting late. Thank you. I'm so sorry. Let me back up. All right. Is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak as a proponent in support of this item? No one online, no one in the room. All right. Thank you. Is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in opposition to this item? No one online, no one here. All right. Thank you. We've heard from Development Services. Mr. Horner?
I'll just conclude by saying we reinstated the prior commercial locational criteria waiver from the 2019 application. Again, this is not adding any entitlements. This is a redistribution of existing entitlements. Thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you. All right. That concludes the hearing on rezoning 21-0961, and that concludes our meeting tonight.